Too slow.
Okay.
Look, you guys are an hour ahead of me.
I don't like
At
talking
least
about.
an
I
hour's
am
prep
at least
worth.
6 hours behind you, so you should have already been in the game and know what's going to happen. Come on. Get with the times. Chop, chop.
There we go.
Hey.
Da, 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 da.
All right, so let's see. Now we're all here. Yay!
And only 1 minute after the hour.
Well, we were here, and I actually had the
Hey,
I think we're basically early this week. That's pretty good.
As far as I'm concerned, you're an hour early, so
Just because you were wrong doesn't
this
mean
is
we're
a personal
early.
best at this point.
That's because you're not following Rockman on Twitter.
You're right, I'm not.
He sent out a tweet saying what time it was in UTC as well as in Eastern Standard Time, or excuse me, Eastern Daylight. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But there's one problem with this. I
Twitter's
don't
evil.
use Twitter.
Gotcha. Yeah. But okay, where did we leave off last week? Let's see. You guys finally made it back from the Margrave again.
Where's my music?
Let's see here. You guys
Over
are
that
Zobeck.
way.
Thank you.
You guys are down here in Zobeck.
So who all thinks Travis is talking to us and doesn't realize he's on mute?
I mean, I don't think he's ever done it legitimately before.
Yeah.
He's yet to do it, but there's a first for everything.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, I was testing out the stream too to make sure that the sound and everything was going through.
Is it going?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So let's see. Like I said, you guys made it back this week from after what? What did we say about 10 days going through the Margrave?
And what, back, forth, or
Just over and back? Yeah.
there and back again?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like Gearforge's tale.
So, I think it was, let's see. Tac was going to, or Tac snuck Vor in and kind of hid her out in his house before taking off to go meet up with, who was it, Seven, Brahm, Naren at the library. While Rockman and Torg were going to sleep off the night a little bit. Was that right?
So we have a tiny house and
It's a big ass house.
okay,
For a
a
tech-
The
house
ceilings are a little
For
low,
a kobold.
but it was meant to hold an entire kobold clan.
low
So y'all have
ceiling,
horizontal room.
low ceiling house in a kobold ghetto with a wormling void dragon, a giant-sized human, and a birdman.
When you say it like that, it sounds like a dumb idea.
Y'all can pay for your own accommodations. This is free lodging.
I'm just waiting for the Sesame Street theme to start playing because we've already got
Big Bird.
Yeah, we've already got Big Bird, and you're already in like this rundown street anyway.
Torch Snuffleupagus.
No, I think Naren would be Snuffleupagus. She's got the 4 legs.
She'd be the closest. I mean, she's not
Torg
quite as
is
furry.
Torg is the cookie monster.
Seven is just encompassing Grouch's home. In general.
I'm not sure where Brahm fits into the Sesame Street gang,
I
but
don't know.
He's the count.
oh, okay, there you go. That's
Being dead, he's the count.
That's
One
racist.
small creature to eat. So that sounds right to everyone? Yes? No?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's been 2 weeks, so yeah, everything sounds right.
Yeah.
So far.
So let's see. And I believe, Rockmon, you said you were going to give out, what, Tireless to some people? I think we
Yeah, so
settled on,
I
like
think-
7 and Tac, or just 7, or...
Yeah,
Well, it
Rockman
was that-
tire
it was-
list Tac outside the city.
yeah.
Yeah. Were you going to give it to 7 too, or no?
Well, so I think we did for 7.
I think we
and
already
then
have, yeah.
Okay.
I think with Brahm was the one that we weren't 100% sure of, and that's fine either way.
Right. Okay. But, so you guys kind of get back middle of the night, you're looking at like 12, 1 a.m., something like that. Like I said, Rockmon, Torg, you guys kind of went off over to Tac's place and packed up to crash for the night. Naren, you're in a new city, so you really didn't want to leave Seven, as he's the only one. You have a lot of history with Seven. So.
Yeah.
Brahm, normally you don't get exhaustion. This happens to be the one instance where you do get exhaustion. So, after going for so long, almost like a level of starvation kind of thing.
Yeah.
Without proper nutrition.
Pretty much, yeah.
Don't eat me.
But so Rockmon and Torg, you're gonna go to bed. I guess that leaves us with Tac and Group A. I don't know, the bigger half, the larger half. I don't know.
Torg takes
the
exception to
working
that.
Yeah. You said you guys were gonna go do some research, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so Seven and Tac are doing the bulk of the research, I'd imagine.
Most likely.
Okay.
probably.
Just gotta find out about them bees.
Oh, yeah. He's gonna find the bees. The bees,
The bees.
not the bees.
Tac, you're looking up about the bees, right?
Yes.
And Seven, you're looking up about the contracts.
Contracts, Gearforge, pretty much anything he can find on that sort of topic.
Okay. Both are, and you're looking like giant bees or just bees in general?
The idea is to find out about the giant bee guardians around the Palewood, but
Okay.
also if there's any ancillary information about how big bees normally are, then that'd be fantastic too.
So there's just an outline, like the black outline of a little tiny bee buzzing, normal human, and then the bees in the Palewood
Yeah.
in the background. Just, oh,
You guys aren't gonna believe this.
charming.
All right. Let's see. Would that be?
And there it is, just looking at picture books.
I was shaking, trying to not look around.
Yeah, I was gonna say, would Saren or Naren be like actually kind of looking around, or should be kind of like almost like that fall asleep on the desk next to him kind of thing?
I think for like the first maybe hour, she might be looking around, but I imagine at night it's probably calmer, so she'd probably eventually just like
Pass
face
out.
desk.
Okay.
Except for the drunken college students wandering about the library.
Doing who knows what.
Deer actually lie down to go to sleep, right? They're not like horses where they just fall asleep standing up.
No, I
Horses-
think they.
Horses lay down to sleep too.
Yeah, horses.
That's a lie.
No, that's true.
Would you like me to go back to the farm and ask them?
I have first-hand knowledge. Horses do
Excuse me,
sleep
Cosmo.
late.
I have a question.
All right. No, how do you sleep? Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Comfortably.
Yeah. Okay. Tac and Seven. Give me. To be history or investigation?
Hang on, let me just see which is the higher of the two, and then
Well, I know which one it is for Tac. I
I
forget
think it's
offhand
the
for
same
Seven.
for me either way.
I thought history was what you remember, and investigation is what you can learn.
Yeah.
It's the same stat either way, so...
Yeah. We'll go with investigation. Yeah. So
Hmm.
7. Tac. 5.
Oh shit!
This isn't going well.
All right, Rockmon woke up. He's heading over there.
Nope. Let's see. Okay. And you guys do have tireless, so I'll give you advantage in that one.
So that was
Yeah.
the first hour.
Yeah. No. So
This is a skill check challenge, right?
no, not so much. So,
Why not?
which one do you guys want first? And during this time, Brahm, what are you kind of doing?
I imagine I'd probably be looking into Gearforge kind of stuff, as that is where my expertise lies.
Okay. Give me an investigation check as well.
Investigation.
Come on, Bram, be better than us.
You gotta beat it 10.
10 to beat, come on.
Hey!
Oh!
Advantage. Oh, wait, no,
He
he's
doesn't
not.
have tireless. In fact, he has exhaustion, so he has disadvantage.
Can I give it to him by
Oh.
proxy?
still better than Tac, so that's
But you know what I
progress.
could do? I could use a charge of luck on this.
You could, and that would negate your disadvantage, but you would still have an 8.
Could you use 2 charges of luck?
I don't think it stacks that way. Does luck give you advantage, or does it let you re-roll?
The way luck works is you roll a third die,
Mm-hmm.
and so even if you have disadvantage, you get to choose whichever one you want.
Okay.
Yeah, so I could actually choose the crit.
Okay, so roll another investigation, and you'll pick I'd imagine the top 2 out of the first 3.
Yeah.
Is this a lucky feat we're talking about, or is this
Yeah.
entirely different?
Yeah, lucky feat.
Basically, he gets a third die, and then he can pick, because he has disadvantage, he gets to pick 2 of those. So he has a 16 and a 21, so it gives him a 16. Because I'm guessing you're probably going to not take the 8.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Either way, you've beaten us, so come on.
All right. So
You
want
know
bees
books, I
first,
don't.
or do you want Gearforged first?
I want the base.
I want the base. I want to hear
Bees.
about the bees.
Okay. So, Tech, you do learn a little bit about like normal bees, mostly because like you're able to find kind of like an agricultural section or a farming section. It's like, oh well, excuse me.
I learned enough to bring myself up to a kindergarten knowledge of bees.
Yeah, you get essentially like a passing knowledge of bees. Normally, bees are like, even like big bees. Normal bees are like maybe a couple inches long. That they have wings. Like Rockman was like Dashik's is saying in chat, is like they have wings. They make honey. If they sting, it kind of hurts. A lot of times, normal bees, they'll die after they sting you because they lose their stinger.
They
the
swarm.
chance of swelling up if you are allergic.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Hey, kindergarten knowledge. I wouldn't know anything about allergic reactions.
They
Besides,
swarm,
I have skills. What do I have to fear from bees?
You have soft
They
scales.
swarm-
You can still get stung.
they swarm attack to defend their nest.
So yeah, that's like I said. That's kind of you learn essentially not necessarily like a kindergarten level, but you learn you bring yourself up to like maybe just above like an average person's city knowledge. Like city people are like, oh yeah, it's a bee. You get stung, it hurts. You would know. You'd be able to like, okay, well that's a beehive. They have a queen. This, that, and the other. That kind of thing.
These giant bees would be very unusual.
Yes. You don't find a whole lot about giant bees specifically. Other than just, you kind of infer like, well, if a normal bee does this, if I scale it up, it would do this.
Bees of unusual size.
Yes. Now the gear forged. So were you looking like gear forged in general, or specifically about this contract, or what?
7 was going to see if it's tied to a specific part of the Gearforge, so go through like Gearforged 101 and then proceed on to contracts.
Okay. What about Brom?
If there's an easy
would
like
there be a separate set of roles for investigation for the Gearforged?
There were.
Yeah, Tac was looking specifically at bees, and
one
Seven and
else was
Brom were
Gearforged.
looking at Gearforged.
I would probably start just with the contract stuff. That's what concerns me most at this moment.
Okay.
Whether it's even possible for us to work that somehow.
All right. So here's the fun thing. I actually have a whole handout typed up for this
But that means we...
that I'm not going to show you because if you had the 21 somehow, where did it go? There it is. So for Gearforged in general, 7, you kind of learn, more or less, you kind of learn like how the soul forging ritual works.
Ooh.
As a card drive smith. You don't necessarily like learn the exact soul forging ritual, but it's like, okay, well, so you have to construct the body. You need all the pieces. You kind of learn like, here's what you need for it to do it, and effectively you transfer a living soul from a flesh and blood creature to the soul gem.
Okay.
Or from a Gearforged to a soul gem, or from a Gearforged to a Gearforged. Same ritual for all 3 situations.
Right. Well, I mean, when you start getting into soul forging on an existing gear forged, it's the same ritual, except it's more. It's actually kind of simpler. It still takes the same process and the same ritual and things like that, but it's not nearly as expensive because you don't need the entire body. Essentially, the soul forging ritual is connecting the soul to the mechanical body, but it has to be a living soul. You can't take like somebody that's been long since dead. Normally.
Cough.
Yes. Felforged.
Yeah.
Brahm, you said you're starting to look into the contract, right?
Yes.
So you find out quite a bit. So starting almost a century ago, about 80 years ago, there was, when Zobeck was first liberated, the knight captain of the Paladins of Kors, they had actually just recently, or they were in the process of liberating Zobeck, and the knight captain actually proposed assembling kind of like this elite force, and they wanted to take their flesh and blood paladins and essentially turn them into Gearforged, in effect giving them an immortal force of soldiers, not invincible, but unaging. Worked out for the most, like the actual ritual went off without a hitch, went perfectly fine. Unfortunately, the ritual itself was towards the end of it. It was actually the initial ritual was actually interrupted for the one that was actually the knight captain. His ritual was interrupted, and his soul transferred, but for some reason not all the memories actually managed to bind as well. If you kind of cross-reference with 7, you'd be like, oh yeah, I've damaged memory gears, this, that. So you'd kind of infer memory gears are very important to kind of tell, or for somebody, like, it'd be like if you had amnesia, kind of like 7 does. You don't really know who you were or what you could do. Over the years, though, the process of making these kind of elite Gearforged troops, they kind of refined it, improved it. The council grew kind of concerned. They had this force of essentially immortal troops, but yet the council itself was always changing out. As people grew older or people died, things like that, people would grow and be replaced. So they actually looked into how can we ensure that these troops stay loyal to the city. They actually kind of teamed up with a group of dwarves from the north, and they figured out how to essentially not only bind the soul to the Gearforged body, but also to the city, or to the defense of the city. They actually ended up putting probably the closest way that you guys would be able to tell would be like in the new ring magic book that I put in there. They made kind of like a magical oath bond. They were able to kind of tweak the soul forging ritual a little bit. So when the soul transferred into the soul gem, the spell was cast on the soul gem, so that if the city were to fall, or if they ever refused to defend the city, essentially they'd die.
That is dark as all fuck.
From what you can tell, yeah, it's the way they did it was the oath bond was made, like, so they had this contract, right? The before the person went through the soul forging, because they had to do it willingly, they would sign into this contract. I will use this body to defend the city. You kind of go, or as you read through the history, you see later on here, probably about, what was it Alexander said, 40 years ago, something like that. I forget what Alexander said, how long he'd been with Othavir.
40 or 50.
Yeah,
Something like that, yeah.
So about 40, 50 years ago, the city came under, not attack, but it came under financial hardships between maintaining a military force, which had drastically cut costs, since now they had essentially an undying force, or an unaging force. Just the normal cost of the city. They're trying to expand. They needed a quick influx of funds, so they actually essentially sold off some of these contracts.
So did he?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go ahead.
So when they sold off these contracts, the oath bond itself actually was with the contract holder, which originally wasn't a problem because it was the city council, the city. It didn't necessarily specify any one person. When they sold them off to individuals, the contracts didn't alter, but now an individual was the contract holder rather than a collective, or in this case, a city.
Anything on breaking these contracts?
Or the process of transferring contracts. Is it just he who holds the paper holds the contract, or
it's more metaphysical than that. Yeah, the contract is essentially a physical way of showing his willingness to enter into it, but it's not necessarily a requirement. Once the oath has been formed, it's pretty well locked in. Like I said, you do find the oath bond itself is on the soul gem, not on the soul.
So to get rid of it, you would have to replace the soul gem?
You'd have to transfer the soul out of said soul gem into a separate soul gem, and then reinstall the new soul gem into the old body to break him free. Got a soul gem lying around?
that seems cost prohibitive?
It's a little expensive for sure.
Is it? Do we know if a new soul gem was made for Othavir when he purchased Alexander?
You wouldn't find any information like that in the library.
Okay, does Alexander have a soul gem on him?
Alexander is out of the inn outside the forest.
And yeah, we all have our.
I mean,
he would have one. He'd have at least one soul gem on him.
Okay, I wasn't clear on that.
Monster.
Like, if well, that's based on perception. I was just curious if like the actual paper contract is more symbolic, but I was wondering if like he who holds the soul gem holds the contract. Like if we took it off Othavir, for instance, like would we then hold the contract? Is what I was wondering.
The soul gem is part of the Gearforged himself. If you were to say, rip my soul gem out, I would cease to be.
Well,
but I'd be free of any contract.
Yeah, it would be the equivalent of tearing the heart out of a living person.
Except in this instance, you can take that heart, put the soul inside that heart into another heart, and then put that heart back into the Gearforge.
In which case, it's like a heart transplant.
Yeah.
Equally as expensive. Actually, I think
Wait,
a heart transplant would be more.
Switching out for a new soul gem, would that make that Gearforge a different person?
No. As long as you put it back in the same body.
Well, between Brahm and Seven would know, as long as the memory gears are intact, still the same person.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also like, there's some things like almost like muscle memory. You'll hear about people that get amnesia and they've completely forgotten everything about who they were, but they still know how to eat, drink, walk, poop. I don't know. They have like some of those like ingrained things that you don't necessarily know how you know it. You just know it. It's like, I don't know. I learned it when I was like 3.
Yeah. Okay.
So there are some things like he will, if you were to just flat out rip his soul gem out, stick it in a new body. There's some things he would have basic functions. He would, yeah, he wouldn't have any of his memories of self. He wouldn't have his self anymore.
Okay, I think I got it.
Think of it like
Now you could transfer his memory gears as well.
But then transferring the memory gears to a new body, but not the soul gem, that would just be pointless, right? Like the new body wouldn't function.
No, you'd need a second soul gem. Take his current soul gem out, put his soul from that soul gem into a new soul gem, and then put that new soul gem back into the body would probably be the easiest way.
Gotcha.
That's still 500 gold plus expenses, plus time, plus labor.
And actually, come to think of it, Brahm, you said you haven't been back in the city in how long?
It's been a number of years. I think maybe around 10. I have to check though.
Okay, never mind. I thought it was like 80.
80. Oh god. If that just ties in, it's like, oh god damn.
So to make sure I've got this right, if Altavir proved to be entirely amenable to this, hypothetically speaking, to transfer ownership from Altavir to, say, us,
okay,
we would need to enchant a new soul gem, transfer Alexander's soul to that new soul gem, and put it in another body? Or could we just, like, swap out soul gems?
If ownership was transferred to us, couldn't we just dismiss the contract?
Between a 10 and a 16, I don't think TacTac would be able to collect anything from that.
I was trying to make sure I had the correct interpretation from what Brahm and Seven have learned.
Loopholes
I
are hard
assume
to
we're
find.
exchanging information after we learn this. Like,
Tactic
is going to everybody else to say, look, the bees everywhere outside the Palewood are not a threat to us. I could not find anything on the giant one, so.
You don't find, like I say, you don't necessarily find anything about dismissing the contract. That said, you don't find anything about specifically what the contract said, like verbatim. You do find that, hey, yeah, they said that they were oath-bound to protect the contract holder. Originally it was the city, so it was fine. Then they sold the contracts off. To date, there's, let's see, you know of Alexander, that is still one. There's 5 more contracts for towards the end of the information. You do find, like, okay, well, not necessarily like a full up list of names, but like how many people are still alive that have gone through this. Counting Alexander, you're looking at like 6 people. 6 Gearforged that are still alive from this whole contract.
I'm sorry, did we find anything on perhaps what was involved in transferring that contract between the city to private individuals?
Essentially, the private individuals forked up some amount of money, and the contracts were transferred. The exact details, like I say, you don't find a whole lot.
Okay.
So it might be as simple as just handing over a piece of paper. It might be highly magical, pain in the ass to do.
Okay.
So, without confronting Orthavir about this, our most likely way of getting Alexander free would just be to, take his soul gem and memory gears out and transfer them when we have the time and money. but I don't think he'd be very excited about that idea.
7 at this point is just like pacing around the library, just trying to think. Like not going far, staying in earshot, just pacing.
Should we try and find an expert?
Maybe. You know any?
I would assume the archmages would be. I doubt they would find it pleasant to be awoken at this hour.
Yeah,
On the
what
other
time
hand,
is it
we
at this
do
point?
have news of import. Could possibly slip that question in there.
Yeah, what time is it currently?
After doing your research, for that little bit of research, let's see. Like I said, you guys came in probably about 1 a.m. Got to the library, we'd say, after Tac-Tac's getting the Vor into his house, everybody kind of getting situated. I'd say by now you're looking at probably 6 a.m. About sunup.
Okay, so like the sun's starting to break through the windows.
Yeah. So you're coming up about sunup.
Sun's coming in. Roll initiative.
Yeah. No, don't roll initiative.
Yeah, a bit short-sighted. Someone's just gonna sort of slump back in a chair and just say, "I don't know."
There we go.
You don't know enough.
Tactic's gonna speak to the group that is present.
I do not want Alexander to be a slave any longer than is absolutely necessary. I have half a mind to retrieve Vor and make my way to Arthavir's shop and force Arthavir to relinquish the contract. Would any of you be willing to go with me for that purpose?
I don't know enough about this city, but I have a feeling taking a dragon to a shop probably not the safest.
Not in the open, certainly.
And you're going to wake up Torek to do this, and you're going to explain that to him?
Nope. The group that is present.
I like that.
Hey, there's that bridge. Let's not cross that bridge. Let's take the different one.
Because Torek is sleeping so heavily with a dragon wormling in the house.
I don't feel like holding him at gunpoint or dragon wormling point is going to be the most effective solution. For a number of reasons. I don't think that he would give in, for one, unless we really scared him, which is unlikely. He's a businessman, so I'd expect he'd think of money more than his blood.
And perhaps he's a 20th level fighter, retired.
You're not there.
Stop giving us bad ideas.
Okay.
And if we do march into his office and hold him at Dragon Point, what if transferring this contract is something that requires a ritual that takes time? If he has to go free in order to give us what we want, I don't think that's going to happen either. Our best bet would probably be making a deal with Arthavir, but I really don't think that we have much to put on the table for him at this point.
I don't want to enrich him for the purpose of freeing Alexander. I also do not wish to threaten Arthavir while Alexander is in the room. And Alexander will be back sometime today.
So if we were going to do this, we'd have to do it very soon.
Precisely. I have the feeling that if he were faced with a wormling, a rather fearsome in aspect Gearforged, a person of your qualities,
In motions to Brahm.
and a chosen of the Fey Queen, a wormling, not to mention little old me with a pistol. I think Otavir would be much more inclined to see our point of view.
In motions to Brahm.
And a chosen of the
My microphone's cut out and come back. Is Naren still asleep?
As far as I know.
I just like the idea of Tech like pointing around the room at everyone and then pointing at Naren, and Naren's just asleep, a little bit of dribble, like face on the desk, just
with a picture book in front of her or next to her.
And a chosen of the Fey Queen.
Hey, Joseph.
Just start tapping on the table.
For the purpose of catch-up, we are discussing going to Altavir and strenuously arguing the case for Alexander's freedom. By whatever means necessary. Would you be willing to join potentially me in that purpose? I'm hoping it's more than me.
Naren just like is rubbing her eyes, looking at Seven, like, what the hell is going on?
Because she's not being conscious. Seven will just quickly like bring her up to speed, just like dump. So like the knowledge we found on the Gearforge, that it's not likely that we're just going to be able to just free him at the snap of our fingers. We couldn't find anything about the bees. Tak is suggesting we take Vor and anyone else to hold him up with a dragon. Dump. Done.
Seems a little dangerous.
Yep.
Freedom fighting is never a riskless venture.
Would it not be more dangerous for Vor?
I propose to stick to back alleys and keep her hidden from most people's sight.
That does raise the issue of if we are spotted, if we are caught, say someone's down the back alley and calls for the guards.
I know this city very well. I'm sure that I could guide us along the way so that we are not spotted. Or at least no more than passing casually.
It is up to you, but what I have seen of the guards, they do not treat anyone they're chasing kindly.
I could just see Tak fitting Vor with a hat and a wig.
What cause would they have to stop us?
You have a dragon in the city.
A hidden dragon. I'm not proposing that she fly along with us throughout the city. I'd hide her just as I did sneaking into the city.
Steven's gonna sort of like just drop his head to the desk with like an audible thunk.
There's no water here. I don't know why you're doing that.
Sorry, what was that?
There is no water here for you to dunk your face into. I don't know why you're doing that.
Oh, okay, I'm with you. I was like, what? It's like, no, he's at this point, he's starting to feel the exhaustion, which is not something he normally feels.
No, you wouldn't feel exhaustion.
Yeah, no. Well,
Tireless.
I know my gears are winding down. Mentally, it's there. Like, oh god, this is gonna start hurting soon. Also, mental strain of having to make this decision. He'll just say, like, without lifting his face or even really opening his mouth, just say, Orthavir should not own a person. Do you think you can get us there? I will help you.
I am certain of it.
Famous last words, lads.
I think I might be able to help with this. If we are able to talk to him for a while, and he doesn't make any mention of this as an odd behavior, I could perhaps put on an enthralling performance. Make him more willing to talk to us, more friendly, if you will, without even realizing that he's been charmed. But I would need about 10 minutes of uninterrupted performance in order to have a chance to work.
By performance, do you mean giving a speech or putting on a musical number or dancing a jig?
Well, if I perform for at least 10 minutes, I can attempt to inspire wonder in my audience by singing, reciting a poem, or dancing. Watch this, and I'll just start, like, dancing next to the table, making sure that everyone gets a good look, and I'll dance for about 10 minutes. And I'll target all three of you. Actually, is Naren a humanoid?
Naren?
In monstrosity, I don't know if that means.
So no.
Okay, then I can't target her.
Upper half is.
Yeah, I don't know, but like in the book, it didn't say. I mean, it said upper body, but I don't know.
Yeah, but because of the way you're half and half, yeah.
All right, so Tac and 7 must succeed a Wisdom saving throw.
But is 7 a humanoid?
Count as humanoid.
Yeah, he's humanoid gearforged.
I am in for this.
Well, then wouldn't I be considered as well?
Let me take a look.
7 is not intelligent. He's
7
just
is a
wise as
humanoid. He's a humanoid gearforged in that he is not a construct.
Yeah.
So like spells that affect constructs or that don't affect constructs still affect 7.
Which is a yay and a boo.
Yeah.
All right, so 7 isn't, but Tac, for the next hour, he idolizes me. He speaks glowingly of me to anyone he speaks to. He hinders anyone who opposes me, avoiding violence unless he was already inclined to. And this lasts for 1 hour. And if you succeed on this save, you have no hint that I tried to charm you.
Okay, so 7's just looking at you dancing confusedly.
Yeah.
This is a fantastic idea. I don't know why we didn't think of this before. Surely this will bring Altavir around without the threat of me shoving my pistol in his face.
I'm glad you can see reason now, Tac. Perhaps we should gather the rest of the party and go talk to him.
Okay, so this is going to register on something. Like, wait, that isn't normal Tac. He doesn't want to put a pistol in someone's... And just, like, look at Tac, and look back at Bram.
I bow.
And then just nod, like, not bad. Not bad.
Absolutely. Let us go retrieve Torg and Rockman, and they will be entirely amenable to going to Altavir to free Alexander.
Yes.
They will have no problems with this plan whatsoever.
And we'll take a short rest before we go.
Absolutely.
Short rest is an hour, so...
I love you and hate you for this at the same time.
Worth it. It'll be worth it. It's not like we're not going to do anything you weren't going to anyway.
Sure.
Okay, So, okay, what's the library group doing then?
Following a very eager tac. Unless Naren has something to chime in.
Nope. Naren's just confused.
Rom said we were going back to the house to get the rest of the party and get a short rest, so that is exactly what Tac Tac wants to do.
Okay, well, are you going to wake up the other two?
7 won't.
They haven't had time for a long rest yet, have they?
Right.
Try not to disturb them.
And you guys interrupted Naren's long rest.
Did we? Oh, fuck, we did.
You woke her up.
Sorry.
Alexander's not coming back until nighttime, right?
Alexander said he would be back around midday.
Midday.
Tac Tac really wants to do this before Alexander gets back, so we don't have to fight Alexander while we negotiate with Othavir.
I pictured giant air quotes. Negotiate.
It's because there are giant air quotes.
I don't know what you mean.
We should have enough time to allow everyone to finish up their long rests before we go.
I don't know what you're talking about. I feel fine.
As do I.
Oh dear. Only go well. Can only go well.
Okay, so you guys are gonna... So everybody's gonna bunk back up at the house and kind of wait it out?
For at least a short rest, I assume.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out how Naren's gonna fit in the house.
She'll fit. I mean, she's tall, or she's shorter than Torg is, and Torg fits in there. You just be.
But he can bend at the waist. I don't know how.
You can
You
sort
can.
of.
Well, so can
bow.
Naren.
Yeah.
I guess.
You just be a little bit more awkward because you're a little longer than Torg is.
Right.
So, that's all.
And you'll be staring at the ground the whole time.
Yeah. 7 would help
Like I
as
said,
best he could.
it was kind of established before. Like when Torg goes in, he kind of has to hunch a little bit, but it's not like he's like bent over, like walking on his hands and knees.
Oh, okay.
Like they're probably about like 6-foot ceilings. So you probably have to tip your head a little bit, just like get so your antlers fit in, but you'd be
Right.
fine. Yeah. And at this point, I think, like I said, Torg is probably racked out on one of on several of the mini beds, like stuck together. Feet
Well,
hanging over the end.
Naren wouldn't need a bed.
Right.
Just an open space.
Okay, so everybody's gonna meet back up at the house. So we'll do this. Boop. And Vor.
Vor is part of the party. Don't imply otherwise.
Alright, you gonna leave? Okay. So let's see. The 4 of you can kind of sit down for a short rest. Rockman and Torg, you guys will end up finishing a long rest. And
I'd like to think that Tac Tac is spending this time making ammo.
okay.
At 3 times the normal speed.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's see. How much materials do you have?
At my house, I'd imagine I have bunches.
I mean, you do have all kinds of different stuff. Okay, give me give me an ammo check.
Alrighty.
17. Okay. What
Not
do we say
bad,
for
not bad.
17? I always forget about your stuff.
15 to 19 makes 25 bullets.
There we go. No. Okay, yeah, you'd be able to get that.
Sweet.
All right. So nothing
Does
else.
does a gunslinger get higher caliber bullets as he goes up in levels?
He can make bigger, better weapons. Yeah, but each weapon
higher
takes its own
velocity.
type of bullet too. So in that sense, yes. let's see. So short rest. Brom, were you going to do anything, or are you just going to hang out for a short rest?
Just hang out for a
Ooh.
short rest.
Okay. Because I knew you got that thing. So.
Oh, by the way, Naren still has a picture book with her. She didn't realize you're supposed to leave them at the library.
Shit.
Okay, give me
It's fine.
Sleight of hand.
Yeah, sleight
It's
of
fine.
hand.
Once we're being chased by guards and we lose them, we'll then
Okay.
take it back.
Yeah, you're able to kind of get it out. You just kind of like tuck it in one of your saddlebags, not even thinking about it.
Well, she doesn't know human.
If
Well,
she
I
doesn't
mean-
realize, she doesn't realize the library concept, she would have no reason to conceal the book.
So, yeah, but I mean, it's not so much that she's trying to hide it. She just kind of like packs it into her bag. It's more like, did
Yeah,
anybody
like-
else
The
notice?
convenience.
Yeah.
Like, can't walk and read. That ends badly.
Yeah.
Mm.
No
I
magical
gotta say,
RFID
dealing with the boy
tags.
cult isn't that bad, but dealing with the library, if you've got an overdue book, that's a bitch.
Damn. That'll be $20. Fuck.
It's not really overdue if they don't know it's gone.
Makes a good point.
No,
You're
no
not wrong.
magical RFIDs.
Right. Okay, so you guys are gonna head out. Let's see, probably about what? After a long rest, that brings you up to about 9, 10 o'clock.
We do not have much time.
No,
So
you don't.
Targ's awake now.
Yeah, at this point, the charm would have worn off of Tac Tac, and Torg and Rockmon, you guys have kind of finished a long rest. I don't know when you would have woken up, but yeah.
That's just gonna be talking to Vor, like letting her know what's up. That she's gonna be going back under the hood on his back, and that she's gonna have to be very, very quiet.
That was an accidental thing there. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to change which spells are active.
Edit. There's an option for prepared.
That wasn't a Freudian slip at all.
So what'd you guys find out at the library?
Bees are actually usually very small creatures. It seems that these ones at the Palewood are an aberration.
Hurtful. Hurtful.
What?
These are my friends.
I mean, naturally speaking, that's what they are.
Naren's just gonna pull up the picture book and be like, I like this story.
Hang on.
You took that for you. Oh dear.
And the contracts?
Folk dump.
Input.
And
I
Seven's
wanna hear
face
this.
hits desk again.
I want to hear. I kind of want to hear like Torg's reaction to this.
Remember, Tac Tac is super happy, cheerful, and nothing can go wrong.
No,
No,
that's
that wore
over.
off.
That's
Yeah.
over.
Yeah, that
Oh,
wore off.
fuck.
And that only applied to Brom. Like, Tac Tac's view on Torg has not changed whatsoever, unless under the effect of that charm, Brom said differently.
Damn it.
I mean, I could play it
I
again.
could do it again. No. As much fun as it would be to see that, no.
Tac Tac, you could say, hey Torg, watch this.
Well,
So, the deal with the contracts is a bit tricky. We can't just kill Opavir, as
Oh,
some
that-
of us might have suggested, because that would inevitably lead to Alexander's death, apparently.
that wouldn't be honorable.
Yeah, I agree. That is not the best way to handle this, and it would probably get us kicked out from the city if we weren't just captured and thrown in jail in the first place. The only ways that we can really free Alexander would be to go talk with Orthavir and convince him to transfer the contract to us, which is a problem in and of itself. And The other option would be removing Alexander.
I thought that Alexander had 1,500 gold left on his contract. Do we have
Paying it off is
1,500
another
gold?
option. I don't think we have that much on us, do we?
No, I wish.
You-
If we
have
did
like a
7, we'd
third
have
of
his
that.
memory back by now.
Even if
Someone
we
would've
did,
got that
Tactec would
fixed.
object very strenuously to paying Altavir that much.
So how do we develop a strong enough argument to compensate for 1,500 gold?
It's simple. We convince him that holding another person in slavery is wrong.
Oh, everybody knows that, but he still has a valid contract.
I'm sure we can be very convincing.
And that means what?
Exactly what I said. We can be very convincing.
Okay, what arguments are we expecting to use
The moral argument.
for fair and just compensation?
There is no fair and just compensation for slavery. We end it.
So the way I see it, we have a situation where, from what you're saying, Altavir must have spent or must have paid some money in order to get the services of Alexander. We don't know how much that is. From your research, you didn't learn the details of how much it cost for them, for those who acquired the services of the Gearforged to do that.
We did not.
So it seems to me that we could talk to Altavir and try to find that out. I mean, from what we understand, Alexander still, or there was still a debt of something like 1,500 gold, but perhaps that's the amount that Altavir determined, as opposed to the amount that he actually paid. We could interrogate him reasonably politely and see if we could ascertain whether or not that 1,500 is the actual amount or if that's an extended amount. So perhaps we could discover that it's less and come up with some way of covering his expenses. I completely agree that holding these Gearforged against their will is somewhat unconscionable, but if Altavir spent money for that, just taking that away from him is also not necessarily fair. So if we could determine that he actually had already received enough compensation to match what he paid, or if it was a smaller sum, then perhaps we could make a deal to pay that smaller sum and get Alexander released.
Absolutely not. Alexander's been in servitude for years. Far longer than he ever should have been. This should not have been a thing from the beginning.
I would agree with that, except that I think Altavir is not necessarily the one who started the process, correct? It was actually the city who came up with this idea of creating these Gearforged and controlling them. So Altavir was in effect providing a service to the city to take some of their excess inventory off of their hands, and we don't know for sure how much compensation he's received or how much value he's received from that deal.
That is immaterial. If Altavir had bought Alexander's contract and then treated him fairly as an employee, that would be one thing. But he has kept Alexander in servitude, tacking on debts. That is not right, that is not fair, and it should end.
And that's a matter for the courts.
Not if we can settle with Altavir in a negotiation.
And I think there's a chance that we could do that. I think if we go and find out, if we have, or if we learn some information from Altavir in terms of the value that he's received relative to Alexander's original contract value, we may be in a position to sort of push that release process along without it being specifically an illegal action on our part. If we simply go in there and threaten him or try to force him to release Alexander, we may end up being taken to the authorities as potential criminals.
As would be just.
I'm going to go speak with Altavir. I'm going to convince him that this is wrong, that Alexander should be free. Will anyone join me?
I'll
stand up like you said he would.
I'll certainly join you. I just think we need to make sure we're careful about how we do this. We don't want to get ourselves into trouble. While we're talking to him, I can use, or I can at least attempt to use a bit of magic and see if I can detect what he's thinking about things and pick up a few clues that might work to our advantage in terms of the negotiation.
Could you charm him, Rockman?
No, I don't have the ability to charm him. I think Brahm has that, has more abilities along those lines. But I can definitely do something to detect what he's thinking. So if we're interrogating him, I can try to find out what he's thinking and determine if what he's telling us is the truth and exactly what his initial investment might have been for picking up Alexander's contract and how much value he's really gotten from him.
When is Alexander and Aurora due in town?
About midday.
I want to make it very clear, also, when we speak with Altavir, we are not paying him to do the right thing.
Stefan will just sort of look at his gold pouch and say, I don't think we have enough, even if we wanted to.
That is also a consideration.
I would agree, and I'm as dedicated to getting Alexander released as you are. I think Tac. I just don't want to do it in a way that ends up getting us thrown in prison, and Alexander ending up still under the control of Altavir, and we don't accomplish anything, and in fact just make life worse for ourselves.
No need to worry about prison. This won't go that far.
Well, that's for sure.
The one other thing that we could think about, although time is limited, is if we had some sense of what the archmages thought about the situation with the void cultists, we might potentially have an additional bargaining chip to use with Altavir of saying, if we're tasked to go do something further, that we need Alexander, and therefore there may be some pressure that could be brought on Altavir from the archmages or someone to encourage allowing Alexander to go with us.
Perhaps we could bluff, or perhaps assume our importance to the archmages, and tell Altavir that we're already working for them, that if he were to
But that wouldn't be
hand
true.
Alexander, well, it
That is
isn't
absolutely
entirely
true.
false. And if we convince Altavir to hand Alexander over to us, because it's only a small debt remaining, and certainly working with people as important as ourselves would be beneficial for him, perhaps we could use this as a chip in our favor.
Not to mention destroying the threat that the void cultists offer is most certainly best for business. I think this is a splendid argument that we can present to Altavir in freeing Alexander.
Seven's just looking at you, just in general. He has
Why
no knowledge
would
on
we?
this.
Why would we have to lie?
We're not lying. This is absolutely logical and true.
You're proposing that we tell Orthavir that the Archmages have authorized us to do something before we've met with the Archmages?
The
Nothing like
Archmages
that.
have authorized us to combat the Void Cultist threat.
Which they haven't done.
They most certainly did.
They've charged us with going to Bratislor and returning with information, and we still needs to do that.
That is the first step in combating the Void Cultist threat. And having Alexander along as an ally would be a great benefit toward that end goal.
That is objectively true, but it's also objectively true that the Archmages did not authorize us to combat the Void threat.
Gaining reconnaissance is the first step in combating
Our
that
mission
threat.
was to return with information. That was all we were charged with from the Archmages.
Where do you think we will go after we tell them of this threat? They'll want us to continue assisting them, yes?
I don't know.
It is a reasonable assumption to make.
Tord, perhaps we could find something of a middle ground here. So I don't know that we would have to specifically tell Althavir anything. I think we could probably infer some things. And again, I understand your position from not wanting to lie to him, but given the situation with trying to free Alexander, I think it might be reasonable to compromise a bit, and we could say some things that might infer a bit more power or a bit more importance than we have just yet from the Archmages, and perhaps help to sway his opinion.
So misrepresenting ourselves?
Well, not necessarily misrepresenting ourselves, perhaps just
endangering our souls.
That's one way to look at it, I think.
I am going to Altavir. If you are not comfortable with this, you are more than welcome to stay here.
Well, I think that I should accompany everybody. I should accompany whoever's going to meet with Orthavir, so to make sure that our dealings with Orthavir are honorable.
Fighting for freedom is most honorable.
What's Naren doing during all of this?
Still looking at the picture book.
So I was just sort of looking over her shoulder whilst also chiming in occasionally.
What
is this book about? I want to know.
I'm gonna have to go make a picture book now. I don't know.
You know,
it's a children's.
Just name one. Does it go the fox asleep?
Brahm,
Seven will not be interested.
let me ask you one question, Brahm. Did in your investigations, was there anything that you found that indicated that the individuals who were turned into Gearforged were forced to do that?
In my readings, my understanding was that they were given the option and they chose this. I don't know if he chose to be sold to Althavir or how he feels about that situation.
Seven would chime in and say he doesn't. He didn't want to be sold to Orthavir. Didn't get a choice there.
he originally pledged himself to the Gear Forge.
He pledged
What
himself
I've
to the
gathered
city.
is to defend the city as is an honorable and commendable dedication. What the city has done after that is not as honorable or commendable.
So would it be reasonable to assume that the threat that we've been asked to investigate could potentially be something that would endanger the city of Zobeck?
It is already endangered the city. I mean, there's a big giant hole in the sky, and the madman Archmage soldered guards.
Can we see the ruins of the top of that tower from Tactac's window? Because you did say it was quite a tall tower.
Yeah.
It's only across the river.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of which direction his house would be.
Almost east.
Wasn't it back, maybe?
Wasn't it in the?
I figure if nothing else, like you guys could you'd be able to see it like kind of as you're walking around the city, if nothing else, even if you couldn't necessarily see it right from his house.
So in that case, and I would agree. I was posing that a bit as a rhetorical question, but in that case, would it not be reasonable to speak with Othavir from the perspective of releasing Alexander, or at least allowing him to continue to work with us for some period of time, would in fact be serving his original purpose of helping to protect the city? I don't think that would be any sort of direct deception.
I'd agree that argument is valid. Whether that's a strong enough argument remains to be seen.
True, and I don't know until we actually speak with him. I don't think we'll have a good sense.
Well, then let us be off to speak with him. There's only one way to find out.
I'm fine with that. I think we just we can go learn something. If things don't work out our way immediately, that doesn't mean we can't pursue some additional avenues to try to ensure Alexander's release. We still certainly have the ability to talk to the archmages, and we may, if we don't convince Othavir immediately, we don't necessarily have to resort to violence or physical threats. We can follow up and find better and more complete arguments once we've talked to the archmages.
Tactic's just nodding along as he gets Vor ready for travel.
Do you think it's wise to take Vor into the city during the day, Tac? I'm a little concerned that she might be seen and that could cause us.
There is no risk of discovery whatsoever. We are going to sit the back alleys. She is going to be hidden. Everything will be fine.
You know the city better than I do, so I'll defer the decision, of course, to you. I just don't want to. I'd hate to see Vor come into any danger.
And I do appreciate the sentiment, as I'm sure the little one does. Don't you, little one?
Squawk, squawk, squawk.
Wonder when wormlings start talking.
Well, she's still only like 2 weeks old. Not even.
Okay.
So are we ready? Are we all in agreement to head that direction?
Mm-hmm.
I've got no objection.
So the group is heading to Othavir, or to see Othavir.
Yep.
Yes? Okay.
Yep.
We're off to see the Orthavir.
The wonderful Othavir of Zobeck. That doesn't work as well.
That asshole slaver.
Because.
So,
Because of all the shitty things he does.
Tac.
That's not where we met him first time.
Yeah, it is.
It's alright, the house isn't where we left it first time either.
That actually is exactly where you met Elthavir. I have not moved his token.
What's up?
Give me a deception check. How well are you going to?
Would it be stealth?
Would hiding Vor under my cloak on my back be deception, or would that be stealth?
Vor is bigger than you are.
Not really.
3 times.
We've been over this. Yes, she is.
Yeah, you had disadvantage last time.
Yeah.
7 has a thing.
So you're trying to hide her under your cloak. Okay, give me a stealth check.
Alrighty.
Hang on, are we all sneaking? Are we all trying to, like, stay out of sight?
I don't know.
We are
you?
sticking to back alleys and whatnot.
Yes,
Then
but
I would
We are
like
trying to
do
be
a
as
thing.
unobtrusive as possible.
Tac specifically is trying to hide Vor.
Let me just check something. I can't remember how long it lasts.
I would like to point out, this is where the second-class perception of kobolds plays in. Nobody pays attention to kobolds.
Kobold with a backpack 3 times the size of him, they might, though.
What
If
about-
they were 3 times my size, that would be an issue.
What about putting Vor on Naren's back and covering her with a cloak or whatever?
So a deformed Neres.
Would
I mean-
Niren be okay with that?
Why
Naren
doesn't it
already
say how
stands
long this
out.
lasts? Okay, I'm going to do this anyway,
Okay.
because
He
it
gets
just
past
makes
that
life
trace.
easier.
Yeah.
But I can't. It doesn't say how long it lasts on. Oh, concentration up to an hour.
Up to an hour, yeah.
Oh, that's easy then. Hey guys, everyone's got +10 to their stealth now,
Alrighty.
So
on
are
top
we
of
all
whatever you already had.
are we all rolling stealth then?
No, it's more to help Tac, but
Yeah,
So the
it's-
city
it's
guard
more
is
effective.
not-
So 29.
29!
Just so
Even-
happens. Let me
And
see
even
here.
if he had a disadvantage, it would still be 20.
yeah.
I mean, kobolds wearing cloaks in the daytime makes sense anyway, given that I had a discussion with Christopher Perkins about what sunlight sensitivity would be like in a kobold, and he said it would pretty much be like feeling nauseous.
Well, when Chris
He's
Perkins
describing
DMs your
sunlight
game,
Yeah. Yeah, he was describing sunlight sensitivity in Drow. He's describing it as more like an allergic reaction, which is why just like wearing goggles doesn't help with a Drow in this on the surface world.
Mhm.
And I figured I'd just ask him, since kobolds and Midgard have sunlight sensitivity.
like I said,
So kobolds are gingers, got it.
except they have souls.
Do they?
Very tiny ones.
Hey!
So kobolds are lizard drow.
Basically, yeah.
In that we're subterranean nocturnal creatures.
So yeah, with the 29, does he manage to slip past most people?
Yeah. With the 29, I think it passes that trace is like for this one almost not quite like a full predator cloaking, but it's more. Anybody remember the old movie for the Shadow? David might.
Mm-hmm.
No.
So,
I
it's
kind of picture it as a perception filter from Doctor Who. Like, you could see them, but you're not going to notice them.
yeah, like with that, it's not like I said, it's not like a full up predator cloaking. It's more like almost like if he just kind of like stepped a little bit further into the shadows. It's a lot harder to see him. Like you just don't really notice him.
Less
It's-
you can't
it's-
see me,
it's
more don't pay
silence.
attention to me.
Yeah.
Silence radiates from the veil from you.
So Rockmon is going to walk a decent ways away from Tac, either to the front or the back by 20 or 30 feet. And if we see something that looks like a problem, he's going to use prestidigitation to bang some pots around or make some sparks or something like that to try to distract anybody who might otherwise be looking at
off to the side.
tac. Yeah, just try to
Right.
cause
Like I
a
said,
general disturbance.
With the 29, not many people are going to see him.
Yeah.
As long as you're not going through the capital district.
Although, I'm wondering if I should roll stealth because she's going to be, like, standing out even through the alley.
Not under pass without trace.
No.
I mean,
What's
she
your
would have to
current
roll
stealth?
anyway, since that means nothing without a stealth check. But
Yeah,
okay.
what's your current stealth modifier?
Plus 7.
Yeah, I was just saying she has a ridiculous
17.
She has a ridiculous stealth because
You have plus 17 to that roll. I think you're right.
That's true. That's true.
On the other hand, if you roll a 1, it's only an 18.
Yeah,
But that's still better than, say, a 10.
yeah,
Crit ones on those checks aren't automatic fails.
This is
also true.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Would Naren be trying to hide like as she's going through the city? I figure. I don't know how curious she would be versus kind of afraid of I don't know, like the human civilization kind of thing.
Well, she's been raised to be afraid of humans and to never trust them.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, there's going to be a conversation about that at some point.
So I imagine you're probably a little bit more trying to hide than anything. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then go ahead and give me a stealth check. Yeah. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad it wasn't with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Because you need a 37.
37.
The party forgets she's with them.
Yeah, we keep bumping into her because we can't see her.
A 37 for a stealth check.
Man.
I do tap dancing down the middle of the street.
With
moonwalking.
fireworks and
Can't see me.
everything, man.
Just moonwalking going, swag.
So Naren is the sneaker in the party. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Okay. So yeah, you guys are able to make it over to Althavir's place without being really interrupted, or nobody really seems to notice you too much.
The city guard does not descend upon us.
Promising.
Yes. But yeah, so you guys are going into Althavir's place. Let me pull up Althavir so I can remember who the fuck Althavir was.
So this is where we picked up the wagons, correct? This is
Right.
the same. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure you didn't have a factory versus an office or something like that.
No.
Or a yard or something like that. Nick said he's just going to be right back. So
He's a prosperous merchant. He should have at least a big house.
He's got the little bell on the door. He doesn't hear it because it's close to us and we cause the noise.
Yeah, you guys kind of you come in and talking. You come in and you start talking to Althavir, right? So as you guys kind of go enter his shop, he hears the little bell, and no, the bell doesn't silence because you open to the door. Silence radiates from you. It doesn't silence everything around you.
Damn it.
You walk in. He kind of turns around. You guys are back.
Eyes get really big. Who's this group?
So you made it back. He does that thing where he kind of like starts to like he's trying to look over your shoulder. There's Alexander.
The job is not yet complete. We are still securing payment from from those we delivered to. In the meantime, we had some business to discuss regarding Alexander.
Look, if you're here, my carts aren't here. I'm not doing what I paid you, or what I'm authorizing you payment to do.
That does not change the fact that we have business regarding Alexander. You are not our only client. We are also working for the Archmages of Zobeck. I am sure you saw that incident with Archmage Moonthorn.
Oh yeah, that tower thing, right?
Indeed. Archmage Moonthorn has an entire cult devoted to him and his usage of void magic. The Archmages have contracted us to investigate that. As it turns out, Bratislor is where a large majority of this cult resides.
You don't say.
Insight.
And at this point, he's kind of like crossing his arm, and he's doing that thing where, like, you can tell he's almost starting to get irritated with you. What are you trying to insight?
I'm inciting that you don't say. Is that a just brush off, or is that something deeper, like he knew that this business in Bratislava was going on?
The no shit Sherlock, you don't say.
Yeah, I'd say more like what Seven had said. He's like, yeah, no kidding.
Common knowledge.
Yeah. You guys have been out of the city for 10, 12 days. It's like, he's been here the whole time. I don't see how this...
Or an equivalent response would be, yeah, and?
Yeah. I fail to see how this requires your leaving my goods, my vehicles, alone.
The fact of the matter is, the intended party for the weaponry did not have the funds available. The funds are in Bratislava. We thought it a rather horrible idea to venture into Bratislava in the current environment. So we will be meeting with the Archmages later to discuss our options there. In the meantime, we need Alexander, and that necessitates his freedom.
Look, oh man, every couple years I get one of you damn free the gear forged whack jobs in here. Look, he entered into a contract of his own free will. I now hold that contract. As long as he pays off the contract, he's good. I don't force him to do anything. He serves as protection. That's it.
I think it important to point out that he entered his service with the city willingly, as a defender of the city.
Look,
he was not quite so willing to enter your service. He did not have much say in the matter.
So it's my fault that he didn't know to read a contract? Come on.
I think it's your fault that you engaged in behavior that is less than ethical.
Less than ethical? What have I done that's less than ethical? I give him a place to rest, to repair. I give him payments for the work that he does. Come now.
You give him payments that you then recoup to pay off his debts. Room and board is not sufficient payment for an employee. That is sufficient payment for a slave, perhaps.
You clearly have this backwards. Yeah, his average pay might be less than what... and he kind of like looks around the group for things you would make. And he kind of motions over to Torg. But he doesn't have to eat. What board does he... So he doesn't need any boarding. Rooms, he has a perfectly fine space out with the rest of the storage. Set up a side room for him. Nobody bothers him. It's entirely private. I don't even charge him rent.
How charitable of you.
Yeah, I thought so too. Thanks.
You're just like the dwarves. No sense of ethics, no honor.
Honor. Coming from a kobold. That's rich.
Althavir, we have been speaking with Alexander, and we're curious.
We haven't introduced Rockman yet, have we?
We met actually I was there when we
when you guys left.
picked up the wagons.
It's been a while. It's who was with us when we met Arthur.
The people that were not with you is Brahm and Naren.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
No, that's fine. Because
that's easier to say is who is not with you. Yeah.
Rockman's been hesitant to talk because he wasn't really contracted to do the work in the first place. But but he's going to say we've been speaking with Alexander to some extent, and it sounds like that he has been working to pay off the debt. What was your plan from him paying off the debt? How much did you originally charge or pay for his contract, and how much were you charging him to be freed from that contract?
Initially, paid about $7,500 for that contract.
The
fact that he now owes about $1,500 left over the last 40 years, that's pretty damn good pay, I think.
It's got the detect thoughts going on.
Yeah, so like right now, you're kind of picking up like he's starting to get irritated.
But not untruthful or untruthful.
It's not necessarily, like I said, you're not picking up that he's lying or anything like that. He's basically speaking his mind right now.
So you originally paid $7,500 for the contract from the city?
Mm-hmm.
And he's been in your service for 40 years?
About 40 years, yeah.
But in spite of that, for 40 years, he still, you say, owes $1,500?
About $1,500. I'd have to go check the books, but yeah, that's about right.
6,000 over 40 years. That's very reasonable.
The hell it is.
Not for an adventurer. It's unreasonable, but not for labor.
You don't like it, and he'll kind of motion to the door. Go over to that Clockwork District. See how much they make over there. I pay double what most of those guys make.
Torque knows how much caravan guards are paid. 6,000 over 40 years is reasonable.
Now, if you don't mind, I've work to get back to. From the looks
I very much mind.
Travis, quick law question.
Uh-huh.
Did I see, like, rough prices on Gearforged parts whilst I was researching them?
Not in the library, no.
I was going to say, does anyone happen to know how much a memory coil is?
Tactec would probably have some idea.
Yeah,
That's right.
Because Tactec knew how much of those parts from the Fellforge were estimated.
I'd say brand new, you're looking around the 1 to 200 gold range.
Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I was going to say 20 years or 40 years. That's two new coils he'll have to get to make up for that time. But yeah, as you were.
Okay. Where were? Oh yeah. Look, Kobold. I told you, I'm not going to pay you guys unless you bring the carts back intact. If you don't like that, you shouldn't have taken the job. If you're not going to go back out and get my carts, well, I'm certainly not going to pay you, and I'll probably have to get the guard involved.
I don't think we need to get to that.
Your carts are on the way, Kambuka. That is not the issue at hand here. The issue at hand is Alexander. He agreed to become what he is now, in service of this city, in its defense. This threat posed by the void threatens this city itself. It has already damaged this city. If you do not free him and allow him to serve his original purpose, his original intent, you are threatening the city itself. And I am quite sure the Archmages would see it that way.
That sounds, little man, like something you'd have to take up with the council. Besides, even if I were to release Alexander now from his remaining debt, then he's completely released from the contract. He doesn't have to serve the city anymore.
He doesn't have to. But he entered that contract because he wanted to protect this city.
And we believe he has a connection to Bratislav as well. And I think he would be very interested in trying to help out that city. What I think we're looking for here is just some way of finding a compromise. If the fact that Alexander has been working for you for this many years, I can appreciate that you spent money to pay for his service. We just think that his service to the city and to Bratislav could be worth much more than the remaining amount that you have as a let's say a lien on his services, and we'd like to figure out a way to take advantage of his unique abilities. Perhaps we can speak with the Archmages and have them give us some motivation to gain his release.
Well, what was Torg going to say?
I was going to appeal to Arthur's sense of community to let us let Alexander accompany us on our mission. But I'm not even going to bother to say that.
Well, let's see.
I rolled a natural 1.
Torg shouldn't count that as a personal failing because this is a piece of shit we're dealing with here.
All right.
But Torg is acting as Torg would act.
Mm-hmm.
Torg opens his mouth to say something and just burps.
Basically, yeah.
He was so nervous he vomited all over himself.
Yeah.
And all over the shop.
Projectile just everywhere. Mass hysteria.
Who cooked the breakfast?
Crit fail.
Yeah. So yeah, he'll kind of look. So you would have me give up half of my employees, or half of my cart drivers.
He doesn't know about the dwarf.
Nope.
Yeah, you're gonna find out about it here.
You would have me give up half my staff for what?
For the protection and the survival of your own business.
The city has an entire guard. They have 3 guards. Three of them.
Archmage Moonthorn cut through those guards like they weren't there.
From what I hear,
that was him standing alone. What if he comes back with the army that we know he's gathering?
Yeah, from what I hear, this your Moonthorn cut through the clockwork guard. They're a little more than street bobbies.
He's still an archmage, dabbling in forbidden magic. Not even dabbling, full-on wielding. You saw that tear in the sky. Is that the work of a novice? I shouldn't think so. The other archmages were concerned enough that they went to us, outsiders, for help.
I'm debating if that's deception or persuasion.
It's not deception,
Or intimidation.
Because the Archmages didn't go to you guys.
Well, I mean, we approached them to see if we could help, but they still agreed. Like, they're still dealing with people that they don't normally associate with to fix this problem.
From Tac-Tac's point of view.
Yeah, from Tactac's point of view, everything he's just said is completely on the level.
Yeah.
So I'd say the convincing more than the convincing of the lie.
Yeah, give me a persuasion.
Ready?
Ooh,
15. Not bad.
Better.
Not bad.
better than the last roll.
That's true.
Yo.
Okay.
Just sweep up the vomit real quick. Just bit of sawdust.
Look. You guys go get the carts. Do as I asked of you. And I'll add whatever payment I was going to give you guys onto his debt. Because I'm sure not paying you guys.
You'll add it onto his debt?
Well, take it off of it.
Against it.
Tactic's
can
just
go on.
waving his hand.
The carts are not an issue. Alexander's bringing them back immediately. He'll be here by midday.
It's almost midday now.
They'll be here in any minute.
Like I said, I'll take your guys' payment off of his debt. Whatever he gets from this job, Orthus has been pretty good about paying his end into Alexander's debt as well. By that point, he'll have maybe 100 gold left to pay. I'll have to look at the numbers.
We are not talking about reducing his debt. He needs to be free to pursue the defense of the city and his own interests.
Then he'll kind of lean down. Well, unless you're going to pay the other 100, looks like he's not going to be in anything other than defending this shop for a while.
Well, let us look into that.
Tactic's going to throw back his hood. And what he's going to see is Tactic's face and Vor's head behind it.
Oh, great. Roll initiative.
Just God.
It's a two-headed kobold.
Oh my God.
Let's
Before
see
Tac
here.
does that,
Okay.
Naren's gonna be like, "Please, sir, don't fight us." And charm person.
Well, you can hold on the charm person. This is also right about where Christian's Brahms dancing was about to kick in too. So.
Oh, okay.
The stealthy dance.
He's been dancing in the background.
Just kind of weaving in between people.
Yeah, like I
Just
say,
under his breath.
I figure it's kind of like one of those things. Like Brahms been kind of dancing this whole time. Like Orthovir's like kind of talking to the group, and he's like, "What the fuck is this weird ass? What the hell is this weirdo doing? Dancing my damn
hanging off of that column there like it was a pole or something.
Given that it's St. Patrick's Day weekend, I'm picturing Riverdance back there.
I was picturing Riverdance without even remembering it was St. Patrick's.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, I was figuring something that stays fairly stationary.
We're back towards pole dance.
So Arthur Veer's got to roll a wisdom save.
Hold on.
Watch this, he rolls a crit.
Yeah, right. Nope.
Come on, Arthur Veer. Be nice. Be a good
I have
person.
to find the wording for that thing too. So hold on a second.
Just for once.
There it is.
Don't be a dwarf.
Just once. Don't be a scumbag.
Well, be glad he isn't a
I
dwarf.
should-
Oh, no,
I should
he's
let
always
you
going to be a
stop with
scumbag.
that dwarf.
That's just a given. All right, Arthur needs a wisdom save, right?
Yep.
What's your DC?
DC is 13.
100.
1300.
Oh, there we go.
Oh!
Yeah!
Hey! All right. I would also like to make Tac a target of that.
Let me see here. Hold on.
It's a number of creatures up
Right,
to
right.
my charisma modifier.
You perform for at least 10 minutes. Inspire wonder in your audience. Okay.
But Tac was facing away. Well, I can't really say.
He was
Brahm
weaving
might
in
have
front of him.
Brahm might have been dancing behind Orthavir.
Probably not, because Althavir's been behind the counter. So
He's dancing on the counter, but stealth means they don't care.
okay,
Pull on the counter.
We'll figure it out later. Yeah, I'll let it go for this time. So tac, give me a wisdom save.
All right.
Double crits. Nice.
Oh,
Damn it.
all right,
Mr. Wisdom.
all right.
Be glad that wasn't Arthavir's role.
Yeah.
I'll take it. I'll take what I can get.
Okay. So yeah, and it says he's going to be. Let me read it. Okay. So basically, like, he's super friends with you. Okay.
Yeah.
What can I do for you, sir?
Well, not quite that friendly, but like, yeah, he
Yeah.
speaks glowingly of you. He doesn't really want to necessarily go against you, but yeah, doesn't necessarily mean he's going to go against his own interests either.
And
Okay.
that's why at this point I'm going to, with the help of my party, convince him that our interests are aligned.
Okay.
Seven's not helping there.
So you're going to repeat the arguments that we've been using?
Entirely different set of arguments. But first,
same
let's
bullet
see how
points.
he reacts to Tac Tac.
Okay, so tac, you said you were kind of leaning up and you were going to pull your hood back with Vor, right? Nick,
Yo.
you were pulling your hood back with Vor, right?
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Let me just do this now. Ugh.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Well, they won't get put in because I don't have the turn order up. So.
Okay.
Works for comedy.
All right, he's gonna freak the fuck out.
As he lowers his hood, Tac is leaning forward.
What the fuck is that?
Listen to me, you man-sized dwarf. Alexander is critical, or getting to the bottom of this void threat, and ending this threat to Zobeck once and for all. If you stand in the way of that, you are standing in in the way of Zobeck's safety.
While
I don't believe
Arthavir
Alexander
is
is going
freaking
to
out,
take
you're
a
saying
very-
this.
Yeah, I
I don't believe Alexander is going to take a very bright view of that, to say nothing of the archmages in the city council. So free Alexander. Do the right thing.
Let's see. Okay, he's gonna start calling for the guards.
Yeah, as expected.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, fucking, is that a fucking dragon? You brought a dragon into my shop?
You should get out of here now.
Guards! Guards!
Tac
Force of the-
scrambling up
force
onto
of
the
the-
counter and slapping a hand over his mouth.
I'm gonna cast sleep on him.
Oh boy. Okay.
Hope you got enough hit points.
It's not the hit points I'm worried about. It's how many years of memory I have left before I start just not gaining it. I've got about 5 years in a cell before I need a new coil.
You said you're gonna eat. Naren's gonna cast sleep. Yeah, he'll go to sleep.
Nap time.
Yeah. So he starts to kind of yell. Tac jumps up and tries to muffle him a bit as Naren kind of
Arthavir just drops.
starts to cast sleep on it, and it is kind of one of those, like, he doesn't necessarily just drop like a sack, but he's guards. and slumps forward. Fast
Tactic
asleep.
just spits on his body.
It's getting right on the edge of Torg's limitations.
Seven's gonna turn to like the door and just slide the bolt shut and flip the sign round. If there's a blind, pull it down. Like we don't need in now.
I'm going to start practicing my Orthavir impression.
I can do that.
Finally, something.
Rockmon can do that quite well.
Well, I could cast Disguise Self and make myself look like him if any guards come.
But what of the rest of us?
Yeah, we're just patrons.
Yeah.
The door
If
locked?
Orthavir tells them to go away, they'll go away. It's all just a misunderstanding.
Okay.
All right, so we need to put make sure Orthavir is behind the counter and not visible.
Let's say you
Just
guys
in case
have
the guards come.
precious seconds.
Yeah, Torg's going to walk out the door.
How long does sleep last?
1 minute.
Oh.
Oh, dude, no, this is not going to go well.
Okay.
If you tell us how long that lasts, Tac is going to tie him up, gag him, and pull him. Like, I imagine there's a room where like personal quarters are behind the counter, right?
Yeah, I mean he'd have like a little office or something in back.
Yeah, Tac's tying him up,
Room.
gagging him, and pulling him back into the office.
Okay. So.
You got the Torg's walking out the door.
Yeah.
Since I didn't attack him, would that break the enthralling performance?
Well, I mean. I don't know.
Does it cease to happen when the guy goes unconscious?
It ceases
This
if I
effect,
attack it or if it takes any damage.
this effect
Well, neither
ends,
happened, so...
Yeah, this effect ends after 1 hour if the target takes any damage, or if you attack it, or if it witnesses you attacking or damaging any allies.
A sleep spell is an attack.
Is it?
Mm-mm.
I didn't think it was.
No, it's targeted,
roll-
but it's more of an effect.
Yeah.
Besides, it wasn't Braum making the attack. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Just wanted to make sure.
If Orthavir takes damage, or if Braum attacks Orthavir, that kills
Cool.
How big is Orthavir?
Is it
him. Human.
Like Torg-sized human?
Not giant, no. Like
Not
normal,
giant,
normal human, like 5'10".
Okay, Rockmon could whisk Orthavir away from the area pretty easily. If we think that's a good idea.
Well, like I said Tac and Seven still have tireless on them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Torg is outside. Let me go grab you guys too.
Yeah, if Torg went out, the bolt didn't get shut then.
In
I'm not
fact,
going to lock Torg
here.
out.
We'll do this.
Or am I going to lock him in?
There it is. Just in case. There it is.
Naren's gonna follow Tac into that room in the back.
Ooh, it's dark.
Hold on.
Darkness and
Darkness.
hello, darkness, my old friend.
I actually had this set up just in case.
It's almost like you knew a certain character.
So
He did
you
have
guys
warning.
are all inside. Oh, I kind of figured it. Like, we're gonna go back and talk to Elfir. Well, Tactic's gonna get in a fight.
Mm-hmm. Like, can't even be mad. I agreed to come here.
Yeah. So you guys go ahead and position yourself however you want. That's just another
Or-
kobold.
Another kobold.
That back
Yes,
room's
Jeff.
not open for me, though.
Hmm?
The back room?
Is what?
Black.
Yes, that's correct.
It's because we can't see it.
I thought we were
Yes.
going into it.
Yeah, the door's like up by off of there
Yeah,
somewhere.
we can't go through that.
We can. It's just you gotta find the right spot on the door.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's really fiddly. Yeah, someone
Tactic's
in
gonna
front of the
drag
door.
Althafir like where the chair is,
Okay.
and is that like a desk with like a front panel that goes down to the floor?
No, it's just like almost like an Elder Scrolls desk. It's like a wooden top with legs.
Oh, okay. Tactic is gonna try and stuff Althafir like behind that potted plant.
Why not under the desk?
Well, I mean, he'd be visible under the desk because
Just stick the lampshade over his head. No one will notice.
it's just upend him and stick him inside the pot.
I feel like this is a horrible version of Hitman. Like, we're gonna hide the body over here. Okay, so who's going in
With
the
a fire extinguisher at his head.
So Torga's going outside. Rockman, or who all? So the rest, everybody else is staying inside. Who's going in the back room? Who's staying out front?
I'm going to stay out front. Braum, can you turn yourself to look like Othavir?
Already done. I look exactly like him.
Okay.
Okay. When if the guards come in, I will say that I called for them. I will use Othavir's voice because I can mimic that accurately, and unless you have the ability to mimic it very well.
Would that be a deception check?
Yes.
There's
Yours would have to be a little bit higher of a deception check to do it. Rockman innately is able to do it, so his is more about getting the speech pattern to deceive. But
I have a +7.
so you're the deceiver.
The trick might be whether or not the guards actually know Othavir. So if they know him, then maybe that wouldn't work. So it might be best if I just speak. I'll apologize to you as if you had called the guards on me, and then you can just tell them that we've resolved the issue, and hopefully that will make them happy, and they won't come in to investigate further. Why don't we actually? I'll step outside and stand near the door, so if we see the guards coming, then we'll know that's what's going on, and when they get close, I'll say something.
All right, I leave it to you.
So, Rockmom will go right here.
I'm going to give you bardic inspiration,
Ooh, okay.
just in case.
It's D4 still, right? Or is it D6? I forget.
D6.
Okay.
D6.
I don't have anything to click for that, so we'll just have to. No.
I think you just have to
Mental
manually
note.
do it on thing. You have...
So I see the kobold outside. I see Torg. Do I see what I think are obviously guards, or I'm not sure what those guys are down there. So
Give me a second.
Wait. Tactic's staying in the room.
Right. I just had to move you so I could see your icon.
Speedy. I'm waiting for that to wear off. That's going to be the fun part.
24 hours.
Yeah. So I got until like
After midnight.
well, we went to there just before that, wasn't it? 11 p.m.
So Tor, you said you're out front. Are you kind of hanging out by the door, or?
No, he's going to look for city guards.
Oh, well, you have a group of guards coming up to you.
Okay.
There's this building actually over here. It is the local jail.
Okay.
Coincidentally.
We won't have to go far.
Yes.
I can get us out.
You said you were looking for city guards. Were you like watching for city guards, or like actively trying to find some?
Going to find some.
Okay. Yeah. Out front, you'll see, like I said, this bigger guy, or this bigger kind of Gearforged guy, kind of walking up, and to one side he's got like one of the little clockwork guys, and on the other side he's got like this little, almost like a little clockwork dog.
Canine.
Yeah.
Master? Maximum defense mode. No.
Yeah. So like I said, as you said you're actively looking for him, so I imagine you're probably going to run up to him.
Well, yeah, stride purposely.
Yeah, walk up to him. Rockmon, yeah, you'll see, like I said, over here, these guys.
So Rockmon's just gonna yell back into the thing. Hey, look, it's not that big of a deal. I don't want any trouble with the guards. That's fine. Our business is settled.
And dive out the window.
So he's just outside at the door here. So he's gonna, take a few steps out, sort of in the general direction of the guards to see what Torg's gonna do.
All right. Door's down here. You broke through a window.
Oh, sorry.
I don't want any trouble with the guards.
He dives out like he was thrown out.
Yeah, that's right.
Stands up, dusts himself off. I'm agreeable to your sentiment there.
Rockmon has a hard time differentiating between doors and windows.
Or you can see, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's weird that I can't see for you guys. Okay. Oh, because I know why you can't. All right. Okay. Delete. Undo. Okay. Yeah. So, like I said, Torg, you kind of walk up, and this larger gear forge. Everything okay?
I'd like to explain a situation that we have going on.
Uh-huh.
And I'll tell him about what we were in witness to the disaster that happened about 2 weeks ago and our mission to Bratislor and cart going to Bratislor and Orthavir. We were basically going to explain the entire situation.
Uh-huh.
And in the course of trying to persuade Orthavir, the contract holder for Alexander. Do you know Alexander? Does the captain or whatever? No. Anyway, well, they should.
He'll
it's a small number of guard. In the course of trying to convert, in the process of trying to convince Orthavir to persuade him to let Alexander accompany the party in continuing to defend Bratislor and Zobeck against the Void Menace, Cult of the Void. Some bad reactions were made, and perhaps unwise decisions were made, and I just wanted you to have that information before you came into the shop.
Mm-hmm.
Let me throw persuasion on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hopefully I don't roll as bad as I did last time.
Had a telephone call.
So a neutral persuasion.
Rockman's mobile rings. The
So
stone.
Torg is doing his best to remain completely honest and open about the situation.
Okay. You say your friends. You say your friends did something unplanned, from the sounds of it.
Well, a member of the believe that Orthavir was startled by a member of the party, and some members of the party perhaps acted impulsively. There was no harm done.
If it's all the same, I suppose I better go and check and make sure. I just soon go check in person.
You're welcome to, sir.
I know Orthavir can be a bit of a pain sometimes, but he's still loyal to the city.
Imagine he has the guard running across the street on a frequent basis.
So they're gonna go over and start to head in the building.
Rockmon will just say as they're going in, "Hey, guard, look, I'm sorry. I got upset. I realized I acted a little bit out of character, out of hand, but I think things are fine. I think we've worked out our issues.
Your issues. And he'll kind of look back to Torg. See one of your friends?
Management.
He was a member of the party.
He'll look back over to Rockmon. Look, I don't know what you and your buddies did inside. As long as Althavir's okay, we'll see. Shouldn't have any problems.
Was it flowers on the tables?
There's all kinds of stuff on the tables.
There's herbs, there's mushrooms, there's flowers. Probably
shit,
the most
that
at
didn't
home
work at all.
Naren and Seven have felt.
That didn't work the way I wanted to at all. Whoop.
So Rockmon's following him in.
And Brahm, you said you have disguised self to look like Althavir.
Yes, indeed.
Althavir, how are things going?
Fine, although they were rather rude.
And Rockmon will just speak up. Look, Althavir, I'm very sorry. I did not mean to be so rude. I realize we've done business before. Look, we'll get this resolved. I promise you.
Business is business. We had best get this resolved quickly. I need my cards back.
I guarantee they'll be here as soon as possible, within an hour.
Then I guess we don't have any more problems.
Not like you to
I'm
call the guard.
Exception
Althavir.
now, or
Everything okay? It's not like you to call for the guard.
Well, I'm afraid that's my fault, officers. I don't know if we should say officers. That's probably not the right term, but whatever. That's my fault. I was just getting a little upset. We're bringing some carts back. We made a delivery for Althavir. We've did a lot of work, and we were negotiating some things around the price and that what he was going to pay us or how he was going to pay us, and I kind of lost my temperature. I lost my temper. I'm really sorry about that.
They'll kind of look back. Seven, are you in the back room or are you out in the front room?
I'm in the front room, just like looking at the table.
Okay.
Trying to look natural, so therefore he's looking at everything. Like
The giant lizard folk gear forged.
yeah, covered in vines and
Yeah.
less rusty now, but still got some patches.
And he'll
Trying
kind
to look natural.
he'll kind of look back to Torg. And you said he was startled by one of your party. And you kind of look.
I felt there was some overreaction occurred.
I agree. It was really my fault.
Where's it at? There it is. Oh, there it is. Wrong one.
Making noise so people don't think the
click,
stream
click.
is dead.
Oh, so yeah. I mean, they can hear me.
Everything goes silent.
See, they can hear me more than they can hear you guys because any sound I put out goes over my mic, where Discord only picks up enough to trigger. Okay. All right. You say everything's okay. Yeah. Make sure Alexander comes and sees us afterward, or when he gets back. You said he's out on work right now.
Yes, he's in town, in town shortly.
He's the one bringing the carts, actually.
In fact, he's bringing back Aurora from Bratislor. I told you about.
That's right.
We're going to go
rebel
give the
woman. That's right.
yes. We're going to go give the archmages the information that they had sent us on a mission for. Orthavir, by extension through Alexander, has been helpful in pursuing that mission of reconnaissance of Bratislav. All strictly true.
That's true. Did you tell him anything about the dragon or the wormling?
No, I did not include that part.
Okay.
Thank you.
That had nothing to do with our mission.
He'll also kind of lean over Althavir's shoulder a little bit. You over there. You're gear forged. Where are you
Sort
from?
of look over. Sort of shrug, like,
Never seen
around.
one of your style before.
Yet to see one myself.
Should see my big brother, number 8.
And then there's Mighty Number 9, and that's just a whole...
He's actually with our party. He was one of the folks that was originally contracted to help out Althavir here.
Alright.
Yeah, Seven would walk over if he was, like, directly talking to him.
Being friendly.
Like, hey, you have spoken to me. I have got manners. In air quotes. I know how to
twirling the vines,
I
twirling
can
the vines on your head.
Yes.
Oh, me?
Yeah, Sir Niven, the clockwork guard. Sir Niven is his name, by the way. He'll kind of...
First name Larry?
No, that is his first name, is Niven. Sir Niven Doomshade.
Yeah, happy we didn't have to fight this dude. He sounds...
Well, like I said, Althavir, make sure Alexander comes and sees me when he gets back. And I haven't talked to him in a while. It'd be good to catch up.
I just nod to him.
And he will turn back and he'll kind of start to head back out.
Animal handling.
Oh, don't give Travis ideas.
I have enough ideas as it is. As he walks out, he'll kind of... Tor, give me a perception check. And I guess
Okay.
Rockmon too, because you're both kind of watching him go out, I'd imagine.
Probably rather close.
Nat 20.
I'm trying to get there. Sorry.
Not going to get better than that.
True. I never do good perception checks. See?
I usually don't.
Okay. So as he's walking out, Tor, you guys will both see him. Like they walk out, and he kind of leans over to the other, the clockwork guard with him. And Tor, you can just make out. Stand across the street. Keep an eye on the building. It doesn't feel right.
Got a bad feeling about this.
And then he'll stand back up, and one guy will head over, and the other guy will head back into the building over here.
So Rockman, as they're walking away, Rockman will say loud enough so that they could hear, as if he's calling back to Orthavir. I'm just going to look around outside Orthavir and see if Alexander's coming. I'm sure he should be here any minute, and I'm just going to step out there and kind of look around a little bit to see if I see Alexander, but more to just observe what's going on, even though my perception is horrible.
Tar's gonna
Mm-hmm.
step outside and lean up against the wall outside next to the door.
Well, so we'll take a quick break right there, just as I need to be able to get a drink and catch a breather.
All right.
Let's
Sounds
see.
good.
It's 4:15 now. You guys want 10, 15-minute break? 4:30?
Okay.
On the half hour.
Yep. On the 30. So,
Cool.
Sounds good.
all right. Be back then.
Full pie's back.
Okay, we're back.
Yay!
Let me close my door now.
Sounds like he pushes like a dresser in front of the door.
I have a great big heavy sliding glass door. I mean, it slides smooth. This is big and fucking heavy. Jesus. And my shoulder still hurts. Okay, let's see. Guards came in, guards left. Yeah. And did I put Alexander on the map? I did not.
Back.
NPCs.
Jesus Christ.
Oh no, he's a companion. That's right. Pop.
Wouldn't most kids just open all of them at once then?
That's amazingly hard to do.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Oh, in Discord.
Don't talk about shit that leaves the audience with no context.
Sorry,
That'll be
Kuno.
fine. I'd find a card. There's a card.
Okay, so the scene as it stands now, the guards have left. At least one of us knows that they have posted somebody to watch the shop.
Torg knows.
Yeah, Tak, Naren, and for in the back office with real Othavir. Braum is disguised as Othavir, standing behind the counter. Seven is still in the shop.
Yeah, he's just standing next to not Althavir.
And let's see, Rockman and Torg both went outside.
I can't actually see the rest of the shop.
Yeah. That's why I'm not sure.
Yeah, so Rockman and Torg are outside. Rockman went out to and said something about looking for
Quote, look for Alexander.
who he might just see appearing, which would be maybe good.
Rum and Seven are in the shop, and you guys are in the back.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull my L from its temporary dimension.
Okay.
Okay, I can move still.
Yeah,
That is a
you can move.
really awkward way to have to get into that room.
Well, I mean, I could move, or I could just remove that.
Just for the sake of moving tokens. But yeah, Seven would eventually go to the back room.
There you go.
And just see what the hell went on in here.
So yeah, in the back, you have Altavir's regained consciousness, and he's kind of bound and gagged. And he's doing that thing where like he struggles a little bit, realizes he's kind of bound up, and just essentially glares at all of you.
Damn it.
Yeah, and really all you can hear is.
I don't think the human's happy.
He brought this on himself. If he was able to conduct himself as a reasonable adult human, then none of this would have happened.
Tac, you do have a little bit of an anger problem, though.
And a little bit of a dragon. Just gestures.
I don't have an anger problem.
He's looking at Naren. And then he shifts his look back to Othavir.
I have an anger with slavers problem.
And again, Othavir just kind of like narrows his eyes at you.
All we want out of this is Alexander's freedom. Surely even you can see that him being a free Gearforged is better for you, better for us, better for him, and better for the city.
What is slave?
A slave is a person that is not in control of his own destiny. A slave is beholden to another sentient being. Not like you and your queen.
And Naren was just about to pipe up to say something about that.
You have a choice. She treats with you fairly.
Looking back at Othavir.
Alexander has no such choice at the moment.
Seven would say, if your queen was attacked, you would emotionally want to help her, yes?
Of course.
Alexander does not have a choice. His body physically compels him to do so.
That doesn't seem right.
It is not right. You have had 40 years of service from Alexander. That should be enough. Even for one such as yourself.
Travis, how old does Orthavir look?
Kind of like in his 60s.
Okay.
Not crazy old, but definitely getting up there in years.
Okay.
You were wondering if maybe his dad bought the contract.
Yeah.
Or Orthavir is not as he seemed.
The right and proper thing is to give Alexander his freedom back. In the interest of the city. In the interest for your own business. Will you set Alexander free?
Where's the 20-year-old come up with 6,500 gold pieces?
He just kind of... He doesn't really give you a response either way. He just glares at you.
Seven will just say, you might want to remove the fabric slightly from his mouth.
He
can't
can
speak.
indicate yes or no perfectly fine.
He might yell again if you do.
That is also a consideration. You set Alexander free, you don't have to worry about paying any of us. We will not trouble you again. There'll be no reason for us to interact ever in the future.
Again, he's not giving any response. He's just glaring at you.
At
Tactic's
that
gonna
point,
lean closer.
Good thing
I would walk
Tech
up.
can't detect thoughts.
What is Braum doing?
I'm just gonna walk up to support you a bit.
Oh God, you're gonna eat him.
Tactic's gonna lean forward.
I said no such thing.
Simply implied.
Plus you're still disguised as Orthavir.
Yep.
Tactic's gonna lean forward.
If you want to make this difficult, understand
You still
we
have
can make your life very difficult.
you still have Vor looking over your shoulder.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it'd be one of those things like as Braum walks into the back room, like you see Althavir's eyes, like he looks up and he sees Braum, and then his eyes get kind of wide for a second. And
The narrow.
oh, what is that one?
It really is in your best interest to cooperate.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he figures out Braum's in disguise. It's Braum in disguise. Okay.
Or polymorphed. Or
Well, no,
shapeshifted.
with disguise self, it's you realize it's a fake. You can kind of see it, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
he can look
wisdom-
at it and
wisdom
assume it's a
check.
fake.
Hmm.
Unless there's secretly
Well,
another author
it's-
there and he knows it.
I don't remember what check. Whatever. It is.
It's good that guard failed his wisdom save because
He
Dear
was
Lordy.
actually checking something else, but yeah. So yeah, Braum was going to support Tac Tac, and again, he like I said, he gets this kind of wide-eyed look to him for a second, and then he kind of realizes it's Braum, essentially disguised as him, and he settles down for a second and looks over to Tac Tac again. Tac Tac, give me an insight check.
All right. Damn.
Woof.
Look in this man's eyes.
If looks could kill.
Yeah. He has this look of murderous rage in his eyes.
How's that working for you in Tic Tac?
Yeah, Tac Tac's nose to nose with him.
Consider the position you're in. You're in no position to look at me like that. I'm giving you very reasonable terms. We can either part with Alexander's freedom and we never see each other again, or we make your life very difficult.
What's your AC?
14.
Okay.
Headbutt.
Yeah, I was say he's gonna do the. He's gonna try to kind of rock forward, but you've got him bound in such a way he can't get a very good enough momentum. I mean, you kind of see him coming with it as he tries to headbutt you.
Out comes the pistol, up against his forehead.
Do you want to try that again, Jambuka?
Tac.
Tac, please. We're trying to make a deal with this man. We acknowledge that he's not very pleasant, but
Or
we have to treat him as
intelligent?
human.
Making a deal implies that the other party is smart enough to recognize a good deal when they see it.
So yeah, as you pull his gun out, like he actually just kind of leans his head against it.
Calling your bluff.
I'm sorry if my friend is being a bit abrasive. He's very passionate on this matter, and I think that everyone else here thinks that he's justified in his anger, but perhaps showing it maybe a bit too aggressively. We're friends, right? Nod for yes.
And it's one of those, like, he kind of turns his head just enough that he can kind of see Brahm and just glares.
Althavir's still charmed.
Does Tac Tac realize if Orthavir dies, then Alexander drops dead?
He is very aware.
Oh, okay.
Naren,
Okay, Naren?
I was just gonna say, Naren's gonna pull out her picture book and be like, "Will this be enough?"
Oh, sweet innocent Naren. Oh.
My sweet summer child. No. No, it won't.
So Althavir is still charmed by Brahm.
How long was that charm last?
An hour.
An hour. You guys got here, what did we say, about 9, 10 o'clock?
It has maybe been 5 minutes since that charm was enacted.
It's been more than that. It's been about 10, 15 to 20. But yeah, like I said,
we're expecting Alexander within the hour, so it's sometime between 11 and noon.
Yeah, he said he'd be here about midday, so that usually falls about the 11 to 1 o'clock time frame.
So does Althavir acknowledge his friendship with Brahm, or
He's concentrating on Tac Tac, I imagine.
Brahm was the last person to speak? And he
I say,
asked Althavir a question.
He just kind of like looks over to Brahm and doesn't really give him a response.
All right.
Makes me wish I took the Friends cantrip.
It gives you advantage on it, doesn't it? Yeah.
No, it's
No,
it automatically does it, but it only lasts a minute, and they know
that's
that they've been
right.
charmed.
Yeah, they get
Yeah.
angry afterwards.
Which it's a cantrip, so you can just hold them for as long as you want. But equally, they know.
Yeah. I think it's
They
Well, I
have
mean,
to continuously fail, though.
There's no check for it, I don't think. It just does.
No.
It just is.
Is it?
So,
there's it's anyway. Yeah.
in response to Althavir leaning into the barrel, Tactac's gonna scoff.
You're not even smart enough to preserve your own life? Understand that I recognize your death means Alexander's death as well. Either way, he's free from you. And compared to a dead slaver, I wouldn't mind that all that much. You have a choice. You live or you die. Either way, Alexander's free of you.
And this is why Torg is standing outside.
This is why Seven is considering leaving, because Seven doesn't want to be part of this. But equally, he promised he would be. No, stay where he is.
Let me see. Okay. There we go. Tactic, give me an intimidation.
All right.
Okay, 16. As you say that, Othavir will kind of he'll push a little bit off the pistol, but then he'll more or less try to sit back up a little bit. And he just looks down at himself, kind of looks around for a second, and he gives this little, just almost this, kind of closes his eyes and gives just this really curt nod, just real quick, like if you weren't looking for it, you wouldn't see it, kind of things.
So you agreed to set Alexander free?
You see, he kind of like starts to work his mouth a little bit. Like he's trying to get this gag out.
Nod for yes, shake your head for no.
That was either yes I will or fuck off. I'm not sure which.
Or I can't.
Oh yeah, that works.
Nod for yes, shake your head for no.
Oh, I've actually got a little cloth here. Perfect. Oh, this is gonna make my mouth dry. Yeah.
I think that was definitely go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's...
I can only assume your lack of acceptable response indicates that you are fine with dying right here and right now.
He's gonna cock the hammer back for emphasis.
Wouldn't that alert the guards?
What, the the gun going off? Most definitely.
We're not exactly acting rationally at this point.
This is true.
You say we, like, all of us are irrational at this point. I think Vor's acting perfectly rationally. She sat in the corner, just having a whale of a time.
She sat on Tactac's back.
Oh.
Tactic is fucking
Which would really
strong.
be lending advantage to
Well,
everything.
you rolled a
Tactic's doing.
16 and a 12. That was advantage.
I just want to establish that for whenever I don't roll quite as well on that first roll.
Let's see. He'll kind of look at you. He'll give a slow nod.
I want to insight that. I want to make sure he's legitimate about agreeing to cooperate.
Okay, give me an insight. You're just going off of body language. He's pissed.
No shit.
He's not really giving you any indication one way or another. But, I mean, he gave you a nod yes.
I am going to remove the gag from your mouth. And you're going to tell me how we're going to go about freeing Alexander. And if you even consider going back on your word, which you just gave, you will die here. Am I clear? Nod yes, or shake your head no.
He'll nod.
Tac is going to pull the gag loose and lower it down.
He'll kind of do that thing where he kind of works his jaws for a second. He kind of looks back over between Brahm and Tac, and he's going to spit on Tac.
I go for Tac's gun to make sure he doesn't shoot out of me.
Please, dearly God, no.
Probably tries to spit on Tac, but he probably doesn't have enough saliva after having a gag in his mouth.
And a little bit of intimidation,
I'll do everything in my power to free Alexander.
Only cost 1,500 gold.
You gonna let me out of these binds or not?
Tell us how you are going to free Alexander.
No. Just flat out, no. You need me alive. Either way.
Whether you live or die, Alexander is free. It is most definitely in your best interest to remain alive.
What did Althvir say?
Either this world or in the next.
You'll be free of you, and that is what is important. You're a businessman, so I assume you see the value in remaining alive to continue conducting business.
I also see the value in not being intimidated by thugs. Should I bend every will of every thug that walks in my store, how would I have any money left?
Thug. A thug will not act in the better interest of another sentient being. A thug is up for himself. How does this benefit me? Except in the defense of this city.
You talk of defending the city, but you terrorize its very citizens?
If I terrorize anyone, I terrorize a slaver.
You should read those fine contracts better.
Don't hide behind contracts. Paper doesn't indicate honor or ethics.
Like I said, I pay Alexander nearly double what any other Gear Force in this town makes.
This
for
means
effectively
nothing.
The exact same work. Is he under does he have a life debt to the contract? Yes. Is that my fault? No. Your problem seems to be more with the city elders, the council, more than it is with me. So yes, I'll do everything in my power to see him released from his debt.
What guarantee do you offer?
my own life. You have me at odds. What choice do I have? By your own words. Either I live and I attempt to free him from the contract, or you kill me here.
Attempt? What do you mean, attempt? You hold the contract. You can free him, yes?
Like I said, read the fine print, you dipshit. You can read, can't you? I know you're kobolds.
Pistol back against his forehead.
You are not in any position to offer insult, Jambuka.
Uh-huh. That's what I thought. One-track minds, all of you. This is why I try not to hire kobolds. Too eager to see things broken, see things taken apart from the way they are.
His free hand is going to wrap itself around Othafir's throat. And a squeeze.
How big is your hand?
Tiny.
Big enough to restrict airflow.
They're huge. They're so huge.
Said Trump once. Sorry, I should not compare Tac Tac to Donald Trump.
Yeah, Tac Tac's bigger.
His hair is real. No. Oh. Yeah, like, so you're going to try to choke him? Or are you just putting your hand around his throat?
I'm squeezing a little bit.
He'll do that kind of...
Remember, you said yourself your life is in my hands. Don't make me angry.
How does Sevda feel about torture?
Well, I mean, he fire bitch slapped a halfling. So...
Yeah, but
and let him burn.
in that instance, it really was an eye for an eye.
And let a giant 400-pound man fall on top of him and not give him
He didn't
healing.
exactly have a choice in that one.
Nor give him healing afterwards.
We did try to put the fire out.
Yeah, we did put it out.
By
Seven
beating
didn't mean
him.
to set him on fire. He only meant to leave a slight burn. The eye for the eye being burned to the face, zapped to the wrist, and subsequently throughout the whole damn body. So actually, it worked out really perfectly.
It worked out very heavily on the 7 side of the scale. Not exactly eye for an eye, but okay.
Yeah, how does 7 feel on torture? 7 has no real concept of torture because he can't feel.
Okay.
So he doesn't understand, well, he knows of pain, he doesn't know what it feels like, though. So he wouldn't have any accurate concept of it. Probably not a fan of it, though.
Probably seen, President Dib out there torturing the animals of the forest.
Pulling wings off butterflies.
Let's be
So
honest,
what do you say, Altavir? Tell us how you are going to free Alexander from his contract.
And it's going to relax the hand.
And he'll kind of do a head, or after he's finished, kind of... The other desk over there. Contract's inside.
Really? It was just in the desk?
Yeah. Nobody bothered to ask where the contract was.
Ron,
yeah,
if
you
would,
disagree.
please.
I go over and retrieve it.
Yeah. Just probably read over it. Right, so whoever's going to read over it, Brahm, you went and got it, so I'm assuming probably you.
Yeah. If anyone else wants to read over my shoulder.
All right. So yeah, as you kind of read this contract, it actually does go into. It seems when they first wrote the contract, it was the Gearforged or the contractee, in this case Alexander, was contracted for life. When they sold off the contracts, they made an addendum to them that the Gearforged himself would be contracted for a period of time, either 50 years or until they pay off the debt as wages.
So either half a lifetime's worth of time or a lifetime's worth of money.
Yeah.
So for those of us who are outside, we haven't seen anything interesting yet.
Give me a perception. Torg and Rockman.
Holy cow!
Hey.
It's
Double
like 10
digits,
times better than normal.
congratulations.
So yeah, Torg, you're still just kind of like, I don't know, like you saw the guard captain kind of go back to the office, and you saw the other clockwork watchman kind of wander off the other direction. Rockman, you actually kept an eye on the other watchman, so you would actually see what you can see probably that he's kind of up over here.
Mm-hmm.
Should be able to, and
Yep.
he's been keeping a keen eye, like everybody going by back and forth in front of him. He's not paying attention to really anybody. He's locked eyes on the building itself, on Othavir's shop.
Okay, but we don't see Alexander in the distance.
Not yet, no.
Okay, just wanted to make sure because. All right, Rockman's gonna just go over and say something to Tor. Just gonna come over here and say, what time do you think Alexander would get here? Based on the distance we traveled, he'd likely leave early. Do you think he should be here in the next few minutes, or what do you think?
David?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Rockman just came over to just to ask you how long you think it would likely be before Alexander would get there. He's debating going back inside. So,
looking up at the sun, Torg sees estimates how close it is to midday. Would
About
that be
11.
arcane? There you go. I would expect he would be here shortly.
Okay, I think it's best if we wait outside. Let me just peek in and see if I see anything going on inside. Hopefully they've got things straightened out. But let me just take a quick look, and I'll be right back. So Rockman's just gonna step in so he can see what's going on, and he steps into here, and the room's completely empty.
Mm-hmm.
You probably see Seven's tail poking through the door, but that's about it.
All right, so he's gonna just quickly move down to the door just to try to get a sense of what's going on. And I'm not exactly sure. So at this point, Tac-Tac's talked to Othavir. They're reading the contract.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just going to ask Tac-Tac, what are you doing? What's the status? We've got to get something figured out here. Alexander should be here soon. We got to make sure we've got this situation under control.
Alexander will be free. We are discussing how that is going to happen.
All right. Well, I'm fine. If we need to, I'm fine paying the 100 gold that Althavir mentioned to make up the difference. I know you don't feel like that we have to do that,
Things are well in hand, Rockman.
Okay, just keep that in mind. I'm willing to do that if we have to. So Rockman's just going to kind of watch for a couple minutes to see what's going on.
Brom, yeah.
Actually, Seven will step out of the room with Rockman.
Okay.
Just quietly.
Naren's gonna follow 7.
Okay. Did you shut the door behind you?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Seven would just whisper to Rockman, I don't want to leave this man out of pocket.
I agree. I think he hired us. I mean, he didn't directly hire me, but he hired us to do a job. And I feel like at a minimum, we owe him the completion of the job. Alexander should be here very soon. He's offered us a pretty reasonable offer in terms of just saying 100 gold in addition to that to free Alexander. To me, that seems the simpler approach. I know Tak feels that we shouldn't pay him. What's the situation inside there? Are we? Tak said it's settled. Is it settled from your perspective?
He's agreed to release Alexander, but it is at gunpoint.
Are you sure this book won't help?
Seven will legitimately look at the book just to see what is this book.
It's like a fairy tale.
Oh. Actually, which fairy tale is it? Travis, just pulling one out. Just pulling a known fairy tale out of your ass. Which one is it?
I was gonna say something like Cinderella.
Is it Cinderella? Is it Humpty Dumpty? Is there something Seven could take from it and get an idea from?
I'd say it's more like Hansel and Gretel.
Okay.
Like the like the dark kind of Brothers Grimm Hansel and Gretel, but like with Zobeck and the Margrave.
Yeah, makes sense. So we know that witch, and she's actually not that bad. She's a really good baker of cookies.
And children.
And fuck's sake.
Only humans, though.
Yeah,
Yes,
elves.
only human children.
Elves, dwarves.
Human children make the best cookies.
Mm-hmm. But someone would just whisper, how much gold do you have, Rockman?
Very little, but we have those gears, and I think they're worth a couple of hundred gold. I think we can get 100 gold in the gear forge section of the city pretty easily.
I have shiny coin.
I'm thinking we leave it hidden here, somewhere in the shop, and then leave him a note. Bizarre apologies.
That might work. I think Brom can actually communicate to him sort of secretly, but I don't know if this is the time to try that or not. I don't want to stay inside too long because I think the guards are watching us from outside. So I want to make sure we see Alexander when he's coming. And I also don't want Torg to get too upset. Maybe you could go talk to Brom and suggest that we try to resolve this as quickly as we can and possibly communicate that we'll be willing to pay. I certainly said it, so he's heard it. So let's see if we can do that, and I'll go back outside and watch for Alexander.
Someone's just going to quickly glance around the shop. Is there any, like, cupboards or something where he could stash, like, either his coin purse or the gears?
Well, I know where there's a back office, but...
Yeah, about that. As much as I love you, Tak, I don't want to go stashing things in the office where you're holding the dude at gunpoint.
Yeah, you'd be able to find, like, the different odds and ends of the tables. They'd have different shelves, and you might find, like, a drawer here and there.
Okay. Seven would just, like, hold his hand out and say, can I please have 100 gears, 100 gold's worth of gears? So it's 200 total, isn't it?
Yeah, so Rockmont will give him half of the gears.
Okay.
Or a little more than half of the gears, maybe about 60%.
Okay, so 120 gold's worth of gears. Is this behind Naren a legitimate potted plant?
Yes. Sure.
Okay. Yeah. So Seven will go over and You know, you see in like movies and cartoons where they just pick up the potted tree, put the stuff in the bottom, and then put the plant back. 7 is going to do that with the gears and reach in and just pull out like, how much gold do I have personally? I have 32 gold, and I'll throw 10 gold in there as well.
Do you want my pretty coin?
And 7 will look at Naren and say, "How many do you have?"
5,000. No.
Sweet Jesus, how many humans did you kill?
She has 25 gold, 16 silver, and 50 copper.
7 would say, "Can I have 5 of the golden ones?"
And she'll hand them to him.
He'll just chuck them in the pot as well, and then gently put the tree back where it was.
All right, so then Rockmon will quickly...
And that shiny clear stone.
Yeah.
That lovely orb. Hang on, didn't Bulbasaur have this?
Yeah. Rockmon will quickly go back outside and say moderately loudly to Torg, I think negotiations are going well. Let's keep an eye out for Alexander. Hopefully he'll be here shortly. We can finalize this and get on our way.
You were right about one thing, Master. Negotiations were short.
Rockmon, give me a perception check.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably see Torg.
Yep, Torg is there.
No, okay. Yeah, so you kind of come out. You're in a bit of a rush. You come out and you talk to Torg.
So then I'll just keep looking around to see if I see Alexander or the guard or anything else going on.
So the shop is full of herbs?
A little bit of everything. Kind of odds and ends. Like what they have on hand is mostly herbs because they're easy.
Naren's just going to be smelling the plants. And probably sticking some in her hair.
Hang on, how obviously is she doing this?
Pretty obviously.
Okay. 7 will deal with that in a moment.
So Brahm has had time to read over the contract in its entirety, right?
Yeah, sure.
And the main takeaway is that the contract is considered complete when 50 years have passed, or the purchasing price has been repaid.
Yeah, basically.
Does it say anything about the contract holder nullifying the contract himself?
Nothing at all.
That's what concerns me.
So would Brahm have relayed this to everyone in the room at large? Which I guess would just be Tac at this point.
Yeah.
I figure 7's right nearby, too.
Yeah, 7's like right. He stood in the doorway now, like just looking around for a piece of paper or something.
Well, you have a big contract.
Yeah, but something that's not got important writing on.
From where Tac is, if the door to the office is open, can he see the door to the outside?
No. The door to the outside is down here.
Okay, that's a window I'm seeing now.
Right.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
a window.
You're doing a Rockman.
That's a window.
I haven't tried to exit from it yet.
Yes.
This is not full Rockman.
That's my window.
I'm at half Rockman. Tac is going to look at Othbeer.
As the contract holder, you possess the power to declare this contract resolved, yes?
As it says, once I've been repaid by time or funds, he's free.
And if you declare that you have been repaid, does that resolve the contract?
If I have the funds, or... yeah. Look, The elders saw it as a way to restore their coffers and stimulate the economy at the same time.
How does it determine if you have been repaid?
I don't know. It's magic, man. You'd have to ask the archmages. I don't know. I'm just
Declare here and now that the contract is repaid.
The contract is repaid. I don't know. What do you want me to do?
Does Brahm see anything as he's holding the contract?
Give me an Arcana check.
Arcana.
You don't really pick up anything.
I will remind you, I do have disadvantage on that, so that is a 1.
Yeah. Yep.
What contract? Contract? What contract?
I have a contract. So about this time, while you guys are inside, kind of talking over this contract, outside, Torg and Rockmont. So you're gonna see two things. Alexander and the horse finally show up.
Yay.
With the carts.
The
With
horse
the
has
carts.
a name, Travis.
Yeah, I forgot what it was, so... Horse is dead. The horse is actually now a skeleton horse and no longer has a name.
No!
It's actually a vampire skeleton horse, too, so...
shit.
Yeah.
Big, nasty teeth.
How can it swallow?
That has also been bitten by a Druckle, so... Figure that out. Figure how that works. I don't know.
And possessed by a fell something.
Yeah.
And I forgot a point. We really shouldn't have left that card unguarded.
You're gonna see another thing. Remember that guard that Sir Niven kind of said, "Hey, go stand over there"? Torg would have seen. He ran back to the kind of the guard camp when Rockmon went back to talk with. When Rockmon went kind of back to check on what was going on. The guard was positioned across the street, kind of watching in the shop and seeing what was going on. So, Torg and Rockmon are going to see Sir Niven, the Gearforge captain you guys talked to before, is walking back towards the shop again. This time at a much brisker pace, and while weapons aren't drawn, they all do have hands on hilts. And he has a little bit of a bigger entourage this time.
See.
Fuck.
So Rockman's gonna to yell out to Alexander. Alexander, great to see you. We've just been talking to Althavir. I think we have some good news for you, and we can bring these carts back and settle up our contract.
Would Naren have heard him? Cured him, yeah.
That is English.
Rockman, how loud were you being?
Oh, reasonably.
Reasonably?
Yep. I'm kind of waving Alexander up, close to the door, kind of a thing.
Right. And yeah, that's right, because you're right next to the door. Naren, yeah, I figured you'd be able to hear most of what he's saying. You'd make out probably 2 out of 3 words. Like, you'd miss every third word, but yeah, you'd get the gist of it.
Would I have at least heard Alexander?
Yeah.
Okay, Naren's gonna go find 7.
Okay, Seven is quickly currently looking for like a scrap bit of paper that he can write on real quick.
Yeah, you're able to find one.
I think
Okay.
Alexander's here.
He's going to sort of look at you and go, "That is good. Let's wrap this up." Turn around, and he's going to quickly like scrawl on a bit of paper, like location of the money, the estimated total of what it's worth, and like its precise location, which part plant, everything. Just it's there.
Okay.
Is
Outside,
Rockman doing anything to alert us as to the other Gearforged approaching?
That's kind of what he was trying to do with yelling to Alexander.
Well,
That
Naren,
tells us that Alexander's here. That doesn't tell us about the guards.
as soon as Naren heard Alexander, she ran to find
yeah.
the group. So she doesn't know anything about the rest of that.
So, okay, outside, Alexander's kind of coming up. He finally gets up a little bit closer and he kind of sets this cart down. Torg,
And
Birdman.
And Rockman, pretty loud, will say, Alexander, oh, look, the guards, we were talking to them earlier, and one of them wanted to talk to you. Here you are. And he'll point to the guard. What was the captain's name? I forgot the captain's
Sir
name.
Niven Doomshade.
Niven Doomshade. That's a great name.
Isn't it? I like it.
I feel he does flower arranging as a hobby.
Right? Yeah, probably.
Big flowers, lots of shit.
Big flowers and some knitting, maybe. Like he does the knitting where like you stretch the picture over the ring. You do like picture knitting.
Cross stitch.
Cross stitch.
That's
yeah.
needlepoint, not knitting.
Whatever.
And,
I don't remember.
And Rockman Rockman will call out and say, Guardsman, look, Alexander's made it. He's back.
Little ballet on the side.
Yeah, Alexander, like I said, he kind of sits the cart down. He looks over at Torg, looks over at Rockman, and he looks at... what's going on, Niven? Been a little while. And Sir Niven's... Alexander, I think you should come with us. As they keep marching towards the house.
Inside, Tak looks to Brahm. Still disguised as Othafir, I assume.
Yep.
I
And what's the
believe you have
time
a
on
role
that?
to play, my friend.
It lasts an hour.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, at this point, like, your disguised self and your glamour are both getting near the end. You're probably about 45 to 50 minutes.
He's going to say,
I believe you have a role to play, my friend.
and then he's going to look at Othafir.
Unless you're willing to cooperate and greet these guardsmen as if nothing had happened.
And he actually just laughs at you. Yeah.
As the guards are heading towards the door, Rockman will go in first and say, Othafir, look, Alexander's back. And he's even brought some friends.
You'll just see Naren with herbs in her hand and some in her hair.
I will point out, Othafir, that it is still very much in your best interest to cooperate.
At this point, has Seven had enough time to write all that down?
Yeah, that would have taken like a couple of seconds.
Okay, he's gonna quickly go round to the side of Othafir and just show it to him, there. So the total gold, which is more than what he wanted, its location, and everything.
Oh, bribing instead of intimidation.
This isn't bribing. This is clearing the requested debt. He wanted in total 100 gold to pay off the last bit of debt.
He also
No,
said...
he needed 1,500 gold. The 100 gold that we were going to earn was going to go against that.
Mm-hmm. Which, if it still is...
That would make it 1,400 gold that was still owed for Alexander.
Othafir said 100 gold. We would have to pay off that last 100 gold if we wanted him freed immediately.
Othafir said he would take your payment, apply it to Alexander's debt. Alexander's going to apply to his own payment anyway. And Orsith was going to pitch the other part in.
He doesn't know Orthis is dead yet.
He does not.
So I'm hoping this is a magical mental thing. If he thinks that all the debt is completely paid off, I'm hoping the contract will break.
Well, you guys haven't been paid yet.
Nope.
Right, and Alexander is going to tell him that Orsith is dead.
That's why I'm doing it quickly in the hopes.
Okay.
And if there's no immediate thing, he's going and picking back up that gold.
Okay. All right, so...
so Tak expresses to Othafir that it is still very much in his best interest to cooperate.
Keep saying it doesn't make it true.
It absolutely does.
We'll see. There we go.
So are you willing to come out with us and explain to the guards that there's no problem?
I'll come out and talk to the guards for you.
Insight check.
Okay.
Some bitch.
Yeah, he will come out and talk to the guards for you.
Did Seven hear it?
Seven's right there. I mean, he would have heard.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm not expecting much out of this. Because insight is charisma based, isn't it?
No, wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, then in which case I've got a good feeling about this. I got a good feeling about this.
He will come out and talk to the guards for you.
And?
This guy's either a complete liar. Or...
He is being completely honest that he will come out and talk to the guards for you.
That's the insight we're feeling. Well, I can't argue it, so...
So Tactic's gonna untie Othavir.
Okay.
Seven's going to go and start retrieving the gold since nothing happened to the magical contract that was like glowy magic shit.
I
Tactic's gonna bring the
dropped
hood
this
back.
guy's self.
Okay.
Yeah, Tactic's bringing his hood back over his head, hiding for once more. The pistol is still out. It is at his side, kind of behind him.
Okay. So, Sir Niven kind of pushes his way in. Master Ravenfolk, it'd be your best interest to get out of my way.
Stand aside.
Excuse me. Didn't mean to get in your way. Sorry.
Where's Aurora?
Doop. I'm getting there. I have
She
a
died.
whole bunch of tokens to keep track of, okay?
And what's her name? Q or something like that?
Z.
V.
X-I. Z.
She's now called Q.
No.
She's really good with
all the
small
powers
beginner
therein.
guys.
Where is she
And
at?
rigging
There it
cars.
is.
There's just gonna turn to 7. There's so many pretty things here.
Does Seven notice that she's holding all the plants and stuff?
I'd imagine so. It's like she's not hiding it. She's hey.
How does Seven delicately say that we can't just take them? Exactly like that.
Inappropriate. Appropriate, inappropriate. Appropriate, inappropriate.
10 different ways just ran through my head. Seven will just say, Naren, we can't just take them. We're not in the forest now.
But their nature.
Mm-hmm. But the people put the commerce and how people live here is completely different. You put it back just for the minute. I'll explain it in a bit. And he'll sort of gesture at the door.
She'll
Bad stuff about to happen.
she'll pout slightly and sadly put the herbs down on the closest table.
He'll give you that, like, as best as he can, given the lack of emotion he can show. It's that sort of like, I'm sorry kind of face. Less shrugging of shoulders and lowering of
She
head.
didn't take any out of her hair, just the ones that were in her hands.
Seven probably wouldn't notice the ones in her hairs. I'm sorry. I'll talk to you in a bit. I'll tell you in a bit. Look, Gearforged more.
So yeah, Sir Niven and Alexander and everybody else kind of starts filing into this room about the same time that you guys are all kind of coming out, and Althavir is kind of coming out behind you. Vor is with Tac.
Tor's gonna help with the carts.
He's like, I'm not going inside. No.
Is Tac gonna cover Thor back up?
Yeah, he did that.
Yeah, I just put the token next so I can keep track of both.
No, I mean he didn't say it, so that's why I asked.
Yeah.
No, I said Tac put the hood back up. So
Oh,
that
I
they're
didn't
covering
even-
for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
So Torg outside, yeah, you'll see Aurora and C are both in the cart with the horse. Alexander kind of parked the one car. The horse just kind of like, yeah, okay.
Go check and see how Aurora's doing. Whether she's feeling stronger.
It's slow going.
Okay.
It is very much slow going. Inside, Okay. I'm debating if we want to hold here and wait or not.
I wanna
and
keep
see
going.
what
Why?
happens.
It's not like a fight's gonna break out.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Okay.
I've got nowhere to be.
So Sir Niven kind of comes in. Arthur, everything okay? And Arthur will kind of step forward a moment. And he'll kind of like look back to everyone, to the party. I'd like you to ask these gentlemen to... I'd like to escort these gentlemen out of my shop.
We have no problem leaving. Just remember our deal.
When Alexander kind of steps up. I told you not to speak to him. Wait till I got back. Sir Niven kind of looks over. What's going on?
Just business.
They're trying to release me from my contract. And Sir Niven, he looks back at the party, like almost in shock. Like, kind of looks around at you all and like looks at Tac Tac. Do you know what happens if you were to try to break that contract?
Well, we know if the contract holder dies, and the contractee dies as well.
Exactly. You
But
would
there's
sentence
nothing
this
preventing-
citizen to death rather than have him... what?
Well, surely the contract holder can declare the contract resolved.
They can't. They're bound to it. Just as much as he's bound to it. It's a two-way contract.
Contract holder is bound ethically to the contract as well.
Just as the city was bound to support the troops in any way they could, when they sold off the contracts, Othavir there is bound to support Alexander any way he can. Damn kobolds. I think you guys... Rockman?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. That's fine.
Okay.
No, he wouldn't interrupt if he was starting to say something.
I think it's in everybody's best interest that you leave before I have to arrest you. Othavir, are you sure you're okay? And he'll kind of... You'll see he's kind of like rubbing at his wrists a little bit where he was bound with one hand and kind of like rubbing his mouth a little bit with the other. A little bit of ointment and some time, I'll be fine. And then Sir Niven will kind of look back to Tac Tac. You seem to be speaking for the rest of your friends. How would you join me over at the guard shack?
I'm happy to conduct a conversation. For what reason should it occur at the guard shack, if you don't mind my asking?
Privacy. And his eyes start to get kind of narrow.
Reticule's focus.
Rockman will speak up and he'll say, might I attend as well? This is my good friend. We were here to try to negotiate the release of Alexander. He's been a good friend to us. And if we've made a mistake, then that's in certainly our fault. But I feel like we were trying to do what we thought was the best for Alexander.
And he'll kind of like. I almost want him to do like the Exorcist thing where his head just turns, but at the same time, he'll kind of like look back to Rockmon. Maybe your entire party should come along. Do we have a problem with this? And he'll kind of turn back to Tac.
Tactac's going to look back around to the rest of the group.
Seven will just sort of glance back at the plant pot. Because if he walked out and then immediately spoke to Naren, he didn't have a chance to take the gold and gears back out of that plant pot. So he's going to sort of glance at it.
No, I thought you said you grabbed them before you talked to Naren.
Yeah, I was going to, but then it sort of instantly happened and then they walked in. So I'm going to say he hasn't. So he's just going to sort of glance at it and just sort of shrug. Like, just nod. Yeah, fine.
Tactac will look back at Doomshade.
I have no issue with that whatsoever.
Very well. Follow me back to my office. Discuss this. And he'll kind of turn to Alexander. Hope you had a good... Please, stop by to see me sometime. It's been too long. And he'll kind of nod. Yep, okay. And Alexander will step forward, and everybody else will head back out. A lot of guys.
As Seven's going, like, he was going to walk past Orthavir, and then turn back to face him, and offer, like, a hand to shake, with a slight magical healing glow to it.
Yeah, Orthavir won't take your hand.
Then he'll just sort of rotate it so he can see that the paper is still in his hand, and he'll look back at the plant pot.
The paper is in Seven's hand?
Yeah. Because he never gave it to him, he just showed it to him.
And he'll
He's going to do the handshake, slip the piece of paper. But if he's not going to shake his hand, he's just going to sort of rotate his palm flat.
Well, yeah, guys kind of tied him up and tortured him for a little bit.
I mean, listen, Octavir's not cool. He wouldn't have pulled it off anyway.
So, yeah, they will head outside with Vor and Tac.
Seven will just drop a bit of paper as he leaves then, if Orthavir's not going to shake or take it.
Yeah, no, he's not going to touch you.
Fair dues.
Naren's gonna reach for the bundle of herbs and try to hide them in her pouch.
Seven's not going to care at this point.
Give me a sleight of hand. Okay. Yeah, you're able to get a small bundle of herbs. That's about 5. It's actually not too bad. I mean, between everything, like some of the stuff is a little bit more expensive. You get a little bundle of herbs, probably worth about
A few silver.
I'd say probably about 15 to 20 silver. About 20 silvers worth of herbs.
Okay.
Way to stick it to Octavir, Naren.
Give him 135 gold and take 25 silvers.
Fuck you, old man.
Well, plus what's in her hair. So.
Seven doesn't know it's in her hair. Because there's just so many plants in your hair anyway, he probably can't tell.
Taurus gotta stand. Okay, where is everybody going?
Over this way.
So, I guess I'll follow along. What's going on? Where's Alexander?
Alexander stayed in the shop.
Rockmon will just tell Tor, go. He's in the shop, I think, with Arthur. We're just going to talk to these constables and try to straighten out, make sure everything's okay in terms of the conversations with Arthur.
So, as you guys kind of all pile in here, so many people.
Yeah. Party of 6+.
Boop. There we go.
Wormley makes 6.5.
Yeah. So as you guys kind of all pile in, huh?
I was gonna say, and my owl makes 7.
And your squirrel makes 7.5.
7 and 2 halves.
And the plant life makes 8.
No.
Even if I make it sentient.
I'm pretty sure it costs him the next 10.
All right, so yeah, Sir Niven's kind of, he's as you guys kind of walk in, he's already made it around, sat back behind his desk, and he does that kind of thing, like slumps into his chair. Look, you said Alexander's your friend, right? Or you see him as your friend?
Most definitely.
Of course.
Nods.
Nairn's just gonna hide behind 7.
Oh
Like
god, yeah,
poking
there's
over the
big
top of
clockwork
7.
things.
Okay. And he'll kind of like look back and forth between all of you. He's like, man, you are a ragtag group.
Nods.
Well, we've just returned from quite a long travel.
Yeah, I can see you're kind of ragged, but at the same time, look at you people. Kobold, a Ravenfolk, a human, a Gearforge? I still don't know where you're from.
Beats me.
And
If you work it out, let me know.
and he'll kind of do that thing, like, again, like, he's almost trying to look behind 7 without really getting up. Are you an Elcid? I don't know what you guys have gotten yourselves into, but look, if you consider 7 a friend, Alexander a friend, shut up. You'll kill 7 if you consider Alexander a friend. Yeah.
Kill you if I touch 7.
I've already got the backstory ready to be read. It's right there.
Look, if you really consider him a friend, the only way is to really get him out of that contract. Time, money, and a loophole.
Hmm?
What is this loophole?
Audible hum.
Well, a loophole is not... From what
Yeah,
I
Tac
remember...
Tac legitimately was asking what it is. 7 wants to know what a loophole is.
Alexander's not the only one that has one of those contracts. At least he was lucky enough that he has the Othavir to pay it off to. Some of us weren't so lucky. At least his contract got bought by the merchant. Like I said, me, I'm stuck here being a guardsman. But there's
Did not enter your service willingly?
They didn't sell my contract.
Well, yes, but when you entered service, you did not do so willingly?
I did so willingly, yes.
He's still serving the city.
In defense of the city, I signed that contract of my own free will. Those of us that had our contract sold off had an addendum added to their contract afterwards as a condition of being sold.
They're the lucky ones.
Indeed.
So you have no way out.
Unless somebody buys out my contract from the city. But, as I said, loopholes.
All you need is 60,000 gold pieces to buy out all of your forges.
Well, Alexander's one of them, so 50,000 that you know of.
So, this loophole, what do you mean?
The contract is on the soul gem itself. You transfer Alexander's soul to a new gem, or a new body, with a gem included. Contract applies to the old body, not to the new one.
Out of character, just make sure I heard that right. We get a new soul gem and a new body for Alexander?
Well, it's a lot easier. I mean, you could transfer it to the soul gems are kind of like built. The whole thing is kind of you get the soul gem, then you kind of build the gear forge around it. So it's really hard. You could like transfer them straight to a soul gem and then build it around it, which is why they're able to, like, if Seven were to die, as long as his soul gem's intact, you can rip that out, put it in a new body, and you're good. It takes time because you have to build it around it.
Also, Seven wouldn't want that. If that happens, please just crush it and free him.
You sure?
He's already in a body where he can't feel. Being in a permanent state of limbo existence where he can't feel, see, or really do anything beyond exist doesn't sound pleasant to me.
Not sure Naren would allow crushing his soul gem.
Yes. We'll cross that bridge in character at some point, I'm sure.
So Tac will answer Sir Niven.
So what you're saying is, if we build Alexander a new body and obtain a new soul gem, then we can free him that way.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. The hard part is getting a soul gem. They're kind of controlled items. If you... Obviously. We can't have people just creating new bodies willy-nilly. They're a bit pricey.
I suppose it's understandable. How would one go about obtaining one?
The easy way? 20,000 gold. Go to the city. Purchase one.
2,500 gold.
You group. You lot don't look like you could probably afford that.
Perhaps. There's a cheaper alternative.
Pay off his debt currently is the cheaper alternative.
Significantly.
Mm-hmm.
Let the man speak.
He'll kind of like, he'll do that thing where he kind of scribbles a couple things down. There's a woman, Aaliyah Silverthorn. She's the head of the Miners Guild. You can find her in her office just west of town. You might be able to find either, she might be able to help you with a raw, uncut soul gem. You should go see her.
Tac will take that paper.
My thanks, sir.
Give me a history check.
History.
As you are from Zobeck.
Some bitch.
Could Rockman do it as well, or is it specifically for Zobeck-based knowledge?
Zobeck.
Okay.
Could I do it then?
That's right. Brahm is from Zobeck as well. Yes, you could.
Wait, Brahm's from Zobeck?
Yeah.
Just hasn't been there for a while.
Yeah, he hasn't been there like a decade.
Okay. I thought you were from elsewhere.
15. Okay.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, that I disadvantage, so that's a 9.
Yeah. 9. That's still not terrible. Not terrible. Okay.
Still better than a 6.
Still better than Trucker, yes.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, Aaliyah
Better than a
Silverthorn.
6.
You wouldn't remember much. Like I said, the name would kind of ring a bell. Something about the Dame of the Dirt, or the Dame of Dirt. But you don't really remember much else. It's just kind of like a name and a title. Yep, I remember that. But who was that? Kind of thing.
That lines up with head of the Miners Guild.
Mm-hmm. Almost as it's one of those things like Dame of the Dirt. Dame of the Dirt. It's not like Queen of the Underground. Like literally underground. So that's what, like I said, that's where he would kind of leave you off at.
So Tactic takes a paper.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, sir. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, and I'm sure Alexander will appreciate it as well.
How much did he have left on his contract anyway?
About 1,500.
Huh. It's not too bad, actually. Okay. Don't bother Othavir anymore. I'd really hate to have to kill you and your friends.
Trust me, the less I see of him, the better.
Ooh, big sneeze.
So we're gonna go see the mages now on the next session.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, we'll pretty much wrap it up here.
Oh dear, sweet
Oh,
lord,
no.
how did that go so
Can't
well?
go on another hour.
Actually, one more thing. Tech and Prom, give me another history check.
Alrighty.
10, 6. So,
That's so
Sir
good.
Niven. Sir Niven Doomshade. Tac. What was your guild again?
Total bio. I'm a member of the Lantern Makers and Tinkers Guild, as well as the Order of Arms and Armory.
Okay. You would certainly know Sir Niven. Sir Niven Doomshade. He's the commander of the local Order of the Undying Sun.
Aha. But Torque doesn't know this.
True. For those that don't know, for meta knowledge, the Order of the Undying Sun is mostly it's a lot of paladins, kind of holy warriors. The Undying Sun is kind of a in Zobeck. They are the majority of them are kind of an elite paladin group from pre-liberation days that they kind of sided with the wrong side. The city council kept them around because, hey, they are fucking awesome warriors. They will protect the city above all else. The problem with the city, that the city doesn't like, or that the council really doesn't like about them, is they will only take orders from somebody of noble blood. Zobeck is no longer a noble city. It's a free city. So they're kind of like the police force that doesn't respond or report to the city.
They're a mercenary group,
At this point, yeah, but
with a lot of like addendums added to whatever contract they take.
yeah,
Because of his...
they're not necessarily like full up mercenaries. They work strictly to defend the city, but they will not take orders from the city council. Like if the city council says, "Go here and do this," no.
They're an independent police force.
Yeah.
Except for the contract on them, right?
Largely, they are like human. The bulk of them are human.
But their boss is Gearforged.
Sir Niven Doomshade does, yes.
Okay. So the rest of the orders chapter here does what he says, and he does what the city says.
Well, the contract
City.
said it in the defense of the city.
Defense of the city, which doesn't necessarily mean the city council.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean... the city council holds the contract on him, so he would protect the city council and the city. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to take their orders.
He'll man the ramparts. He won't necessarily go and kill something for them, though.
Yeah.
So Tactec was about to make an offer that he's probably rethinking right now.
He's not a gopher. He's not a yes man. He is completely independent from the council, but should the city fall, so does he. So it's in his best interest to protect the city.
Potentially a related question. How did the previous regime feel about kobold slavery?
The previous regime, like before Zobeck liberation?
Yeah, pre-liberation.
The entire city was
Isn't
slaves.
Okay, yeah,
it was
he
a
definitely would
tyrannical.
not extend.
Yeah, no, it was a tyrannical. No, it's like you think of Middle Ages, like the worst horror stories you hear about, like so and so the bloody. That was the family Zobeck.
Yeah, Tactac definitely wouldn't extend the same offer to Niven that he wants to do for Alexander then. So Tactac is going to take his leave.
Okay. I just wanted to
Rockman
kind of
will-
put that out there. I was like, I thought that'd be fun because I kind of put him together for this.
Rockman will do his best to sort of walk behind Tac to make it difficult for his backpack to be obvious.
Wriggling in sight.
Yes.
Still under pass without trace. I just want that established.
Yeah.
How long
No,
did that last?
It's been more than 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I
only
was say you are
lasts-
no longer underneath of that because it
Oh,
has
that
been
is
a
okay.
long time.
Concentration up
Because
to an hour.
Brahms charm was an hour, and
Yeah.
that's been off.
Yeah.
I can recast it.
Hmm.
Like as
Pass
we're
without
leaving,
trace
I'll
is
recast.
up to an hour, just so that's clear.
I thought it was
And I
like
haven't
10 minutes.
Compendium says up to an hour.
Oh.
It's an hour, yeah.
Well, it
concentration
still
up
would
to an
have been
hour.
worn off by now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
up to 1 hour.
I
But
can
it
recast
is
it.
concentration too, though. So that's why.
Concentration hasn't exactly been broken.
Right.
But it has
What-
been
what-
an hour.
Yeah, I'll recast it as we're leaving. But it's
Yeah,
once
I
we're
would think
out
that'd
of
be
the
best.
guard post.
Yeah, one
I would-
way or the other. Rockman's going to kind of try to just make it not look obvious or anything, but just obscure Tac, which shouldn't be too hard. He's relatively small.
Dare I ask what that cultist is doing, just sat outside the...
Random civilian token. Shut up. I mean, you can
Alongside
ask. It doesn't mean I'm
Tac-Tac
going to tell you.
It's the representative of the local bond office.
Oh, keep it there.
Yeah, someone just walks outside, looks at it. All right, fuck you doing?
Oh, we have to find a
So,
way
yeah,
of explaining commerce to Nerin.
So next stop would be the mages. Tactac would like to drop Vor back off at his house first.
Okay.
Because,
Please.
taking Vor along to Altavir was a calculated risk. Taking Vor to the Archmages, not the best
Suicide.
idea.
You're
now
gonna
it's
leave
not
him
the best
alone
idea.
in your house?
Vor is a very well-behaved creature.
Or her? It? Whatever.
Her.
Her, and if we're not there, we have plausible deniability.
When the building is destroyed.
Vor can just
Yeah.
nap.
It wasn't us.
Also, Kobold Ghetto. No one's going to care as long as it doesn't get into the main city.
Well, I'm sure the kobolds would care.
I mean, yes.
Racist.
Seven doesn't know what race he is. He can't be racist.
Well, he knows he's gear forged.
But yeah, but for all he knows,
He
before
knows
was
he's not a
Gifford-
kobold.
No, he doesn't.
He knows he's
For
not
all
a
he knows,
horse.
he could be a kobold.
Could very well be Kobold, yeah.
Kobold.
I know I'm a sentient being, so I'm not a
Kerbal.
horse. I'm a kerbal.
He's a
I have a
Kerbal.
Kerbal space program.
And
One of those little-
So yeah.
It's not a moo horse. It's not a moo horse either.
No.
Alright, we will go back to Zobeck City.
Woohoo!
I finally got to use that map. I've had that map set up since day one.
You're welcome.
Even if we only got to use one building of 2 buildings. There's a whole nother half to that map.
Fine. We'll go back at some point.
I'm sure we have other merchants that we'll eventually have to shake down.
So
I'm sure there will be another reason for us to end up in the guard tower thanks to Tac.
true. This is entirely
Certainly.
true. Coming back, Tac, give me a stealth check with disadvantage.
With pass without trace active?
Yes.
Is 7? Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, the second we left that guard tower, I cast it.
7.
Didn't
tick
want to
that
cast
off
it
your
whilst they were
list.
watching.
19!
Ooh,
19.
Okay.
No, 19.
19.
You're so lucky to have that pass.
Uh-huh.
Core spells, we are now
Let
down
me see
to
here.
1 second level.
Okay. Yeah, so you're able to make it back to the house.
Suck it, Zobeck.
Yeah.
Entirety of Zobeck has +5. They are Tentative.
The entire city of Zobeck has my permission to suck it.
I thought about doing a +10. I was like, nah.
Yeah, but that's just dickish.
So did the Aurora and whatever the other guy's name was, I always forget. Are they coming with us?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 7 would wave them over if they're still in the car.
Well, I think Torg went over to talk to them after he got out of the station.
Because I thought we were going straight over to the mages to complete our mission there.
Well,
I think
you guys
that's
are
where
now. Yeah.
We are.
That's where
Yeah.
we're headed. We just want to
Just
drop off
making a
Aurora.
quick detour to drop off 4, but yeah, then on to the mages.
Then yeah, they would go with you.
Well, I would probably have to carry Aurora.
I mean, Aurora, she can walk, but it's
It would be better for her if I carried
it's walking with pain, or like if you've ever had to
Like
walk
I
with
said,
crutches.
it would be better for her if I carried her.
Would she
Is
accept
consent
that
to be
offer?
carried?
Well, she's not really strong enough to resist.
I mean, she has Z for support.
Excellent.
Q is now Z, and Z is now Zimmerframe.
But yeah, I mean, you guys be able to get her along with you guys. Z would not be leaving her side as usual.
Do either of them comment on the state of the Kobold Ghetto?
This place looks really nice. No.
They're too polite.
So much better than Bratislav.
There's not corpses lying around.
Well, not that you guys.
Less vampires.
No tyranny, only an ineffectual Kobold King.
Yeah.
Kobold King changes about every 6 months.
Yeah,
Fun fact.
that's a generous length of reign.
Yeah, for a kobold, that is a long reign for a kobold.
One of us needs to take that title.
Kobold King?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll have 7 become the Kobold King.
Oh my god,
No,
it would be a 3PO situation right there.
It really would. No, what we'll do is we'll have Tak be the Kobold King, and then 7 would be his mount. Just like, yeah.
All right. Well, like I said, that'll wrap it up for tonight. You guys will kind of stop back and drop off Vor and head to Mage's Tower, which was, I think, 38?
Nate,
38
did
was
you
the
not
library.
know?
I think
Nate, did you not know what a roper is?
It's called something else here. We generally call them like baby grows or like baby. I can't remember the other ones. But yeah, no, we don't call them roppers here.
As in D&D roper.
Oh, no.
Yeah, like the monster. Looks
Nope.
kind of like a stalactite that wants to eat you.
with tentacles.
Lots of tentacles. It's a ceiling squid.
There's always tentacles.
Tentacles make things
They're pretty terrifying.
interesting.
When you were talking about
Certainly.
fondling the greenery on your head, I just had that visual.
I thought the greenery in that case would be fondling him instead.
Remember, Twitch, D&D is only one step removed from hentai.
Okay.
Ooh. It's only one rule set away. Just
All right. Well, that's going to wrap it up for the night, folks. We will see you next week. We're actually going to play, like I said, same time, same channel. We usually play at 2 o'clock Central. We usually go about 3 to 4 hours, give or take. But have a good night. See you next time.